Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a regular meeting of the Newark Zoning Board of Adjustment. Today's date is Thursday, June 13th, 2024. The purpose of this meeting is to hear requests for variances from the Newark zoning and land use regulations under authority of the municipal land use law. If you're an applicant for a D or use variance, you should be aware that such a variance can only be granted after showing that special reasons for the grant of the variance exist and that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the zoning plan of the city of Newark. You should also be aware that in order to be granted such a variance, you require an affirmative vote of 5 members of the 7-member Board of Adjustment. Other variances require a majority of 4 votes to grant the variance. If you're an applicant for any variance and your variance is denied by this board, you have a right to appeal to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of notice of the decision, and that court may overturn the decision of this board. If you're an objector to any type of variance and the variance is granted, you too may appeal to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of the decision of this board. If you do file an appeal, I ask that you please provide a copy of your complaint with all supporting documentation to the zoning board secretary. I ask that you do that in addition to any requirements imposed by statute or court rule. Pursuant to the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting was provided by notifying the Star Ledger, the Jersey Journal, the Newark City Clerk, and posting a copy on the bulletin board in the basement of Newark City Hall. In addition to adequate notice on the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this remote public meeting, as permitted by statute, was placed on the City of Newark's website. Members of the public may notify the host that you would like to ask questions or make statements by using the raised hand feature that you'll find at the bottom of your computer screen or mobile device. If you're on a phone, you can alert us by pressing *9 on your phone. I'd remind you that the zoning board is a quasi-judicial board, and if appeals are taken, they go to the Superior Court, and we are required to provide them with a copy of the official transcript of the hearing. Comments you put in the chat are not part of the official transcript. The chat is not part of the official transcript. We want to make sure that any questions you have, the answers to those questions, and any statements or comments you care to make are part of the official transcript, part of the official record. So please ask you to refrain from using the chat, use the raise hand feature, and we'll notice you and let you make your comment. The other thing is when you use the chat, it pops up on the screen. It's disruptive. It's like talking out loud, out of turn, if we were meeting in person. So again, I'd appreciate you refrain from using the chat, use the raised hand feature. The meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Member Hardesty.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Yes. I'm present.
Member Rivero.
Present.
Member Torres.
Present.
Vice Chair Mumford.
Present.
Chair Afant.
Present. Commissioner Comesañas, could we try your audio again? Commissioner Comesañas, could you speak, please? Okay, as Commissioner Komisanias works with his to improve his audio, it's a long-term project.
You hear me now, Chairman?
Yes, great, thank you. Are there any requests for adjournments or postponements? Requests for adjournments or postponements? We have 2 raised hands. Mr. Ferraro, how are you, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, doing very well. Thank you. How are you?
Good to see you. Are you here to request a postponement?
I am.
What's the application?
The application is for Verizon Wireless.
Right, the Broad Street, the first one.
That's correct.
Okay, so this is well, let's call the case. Ms. Mejia?
Yes, the time is 6:20 p.m. The first item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-23-41, located at 534-536 Broad Street, Block 24, Lot 37 in the Central Ward. The applicant is Newark 536 Broad LLC. In the Broad Street Station Redevelopment Plan, Washington Park Cultural Subdistrict, the applicant proposes a rooftop wireless telecommunication facility. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance and 1C variance for exceeding maximum permitted height. Site plan approval is required. This application was previously adjourned on November 16, 2023 and March 7, 2024 to this date.
This is application ZBA-23-41, 534-536 Broad Street. Are there any members of the public with an interest in this application? If so, please identify yourselves by raising your hand. You can raise your hand by using the raise hand feature located at the bottom of your computer screen or mobile device. If you're on a telephone, you can press *9. I'd ask you to do this now. I see one raised hand. Okay, I see no other raised hands, just that one raised hand. Miss Afolo, how are you, Miss Afolo?
Okay.
Are you here as an objector on this application?
Commissioner Font, I am not an objector. I am an interested party on this
Okay.
particular application.
Thank you. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Frank Ferraro with the firm of Ferraro and Stamos here on behalf of the applicant, New York SMSA Limited Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless. As was indicated, Mr. Chairman, we are asking for another adjournment. The applicant is still working with the landlord to try to finalize a mutual agreeable design, which it just hasn't, we haven't come to a meeting of the mind yet. So we are asking the board respectfully for an additional adjournment.
Hopefully, a third time's the charm, Mr. Ferraro.
I hope so, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes, I think they had requested a date in September.
September or October, whatever the board prefers.
So September 12th is available.
Wow, September. Do I even, I don't even have that, right? Are there any questions from the board for council? Questions from the board for council? Ms. Ferraro, you want September 12th or you want to go to October?
We would take September 12th, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I have a motion to adjourn this matter to 9/12. Ms. Farrar, are you going to toll the time frame here, right?
Correct. We will toll the statutory time period for a decision.
May I have a motion? Motion Montfort, second Riviero. Call the roll, please.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes. Matter is adjourned to September 12th. although your notices will be carried, I'd appreciate that you put in, at least a paste over on the sign with the new date if you have a sign. And it would be nice if you mailed out at least letters by regular mail, but I'll leave that to you. Certainly not a statutory requirement.
Oh, we would do that, Mr. Chairman.
That's quite good of you. Thank you, Mr. Farrar.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
Have a good evening.
Call the next case, please.
The time is now 6:25 p.m. The next item is ZBA-22-85, located at 146-150 Sunset Avenue, Block 4059, Lot 52 and 53 in the West Ward. The applicant is Shamir Properties LLC. In the R2 zone, the applicant proposes a 3-story, 8-unit building. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance and C variances for insufficient building transparency, insufficient rear yard setback, exceeding maximum coverage by building, exceeding maximum impervious lot coverage, insufficient active ground floor requirements, and insufficient on-site trees. Site plan approval is required. This application was previously adjourned on October 5th, 2023, January 26, 2024, and March 21st, 2024 to this date.
And I apologize, Miss Moore. You had put your hand up. I forgot about you. I usually don't forget about you. Do you need a?
I'm actually asking an adjournment. And good evening, Chair, members of the board. My name is Marcia Moore from the law firm of Post Pollock on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Is this the case you want to ask for an adjournment?
That is correct. I actually have the next 3 cases. So this is the case that I'm asking for an adjournment.
So this will be the 4th adjournment.
Well, the reason for the adjournment is that we've actually changed.
Well, let's hold on.
Okay.
This is application ZBA-22-85, 146-150 Sunset Avenue. Are there any members of the public with an interest in this application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. You can do so by using the raised hand feature at the bottom of your computer screen. If you're on a telephone, you can do so by pressing *9. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Counsel, once again, your appearance for the record, please.
Marcia Moore from the law firm of Post Pollock on behalf of the applicant. So, Chair, we are requesting an adjournment. We just filed today an amended project description proposing 2 3-family dwellings in the R2, which we believe would be permitted and may require a transfer to the planning board. So we are asking for an adjournment without the need for a date until we receive an updated zoning determination from the zoning officer.
So if in fact the zoning officer determines that this goes to the planning board, you'll be requesting the zoning board to transfer it, Ms. Moore?
That is correct.
Okay. I guess we should give you a date though, no?
Yeah, so I would take the September 12th if that is available. We would take that, and we would be renoticing in any event, so there is no need to preserve the notices.
Okay. Ms. Mejia, how many cases do we have on September 12th?
2, this would be the 3rd.
Okay, are there any questions from the board for counsel on this matter? Okay, if none, may I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion, I think it was Commissioner Torres, and a second, I think it was Commissioner Ribeiro. Call the roll, please.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes, matters adjourned to September 12th.
Thank you.
I think we need a break after all this work. Call the next case, please.
The time is now 6:29 p.m. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-23-74, located at 287-291 Hawthorne Avenue, Block 3028, Lot 19 in the South Ward. The applicant is Maria Jimenez for Cibao Provisions Inc. In the R3 zone, the applicant proposes to construct a new cold-story accessory structure to an existing meat processing plant. Applicant is seeking a D2 variance for expansion of nonconforming use and C variances for exceeding maximum building height to permit building type, exceeding maximum driveway width, exceeding maximum front yard setback for existing structure, insufficient side yard setback, insufficient rear yard setback, exceeding maximum impervious rear yard, insufficient buffer zone, insufficient on-site and shade trees. Site plan approval is required. This application was previously adjourned on March 28th, 2024 to this date.
Ms. Moore, this is your case. Is your entire team in?
I do see Mr. Fernandez. Is Lee Klein? I don't see Mr. Klein. And
Let's-
also John McDonough.
Let's bring in Mr. McDonough
And
and
should also be Wilson Fernandez as well.
Wilson Jimenez.
I'm sorry, Jimenez.
It's messed up.
Fernandez. I'm looking at Mr. Fernandez and calling the mixed.
Yeah. It's worse when I do. This is application ZBA-23-74, 287-291 Hawthorne Avenue. Are there any objectors in this matter? If so, please identify yourself by raising your hand. I see 2 raised hands. Let's bring Mr. Otu in. Okay, I see he's in. This is 287-291 Hawthorne Avenue. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to this property. It's located in Newark's Upper Clinton Hill neighborhood on the northern side of Hawthorne Avenue between Osborne Terrace and Hedden Terrace. The total site area is approximately 8,594 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of low-rise multifamily dwelling, a detached 3-family dwelling, a surface parking lot, and the Zion Hill Baptist Church. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Good evening again, members of the board chair. My name is Marcia Moore on behalf of the applicant from the law firm of Post Pollock.
Thank you.
As mentioned by Madam Secretary, we are here tonight seeking a D2 variance for an expansion of a non-conforming use. You hear throughout our presentation that Cibao Provisions has been operating this family-owned meat packing in the meat business in Newark community for over 30 years. We are seeking a D2 variance, which would propose to demolish an existing 2.5-story dwelling. Mr. Hazel has his hand raised.
Yeah, well, why don't you?
Okay.
Look
As
at-
a 1-story commercial building which houses the existing meat processing plant and construct a 2,224 square foot cold store accessory, which would be accessory to the existing meat processing plant that is proposed to remain. As indicated, this has been in existence for over 30 years. This is a D2 requirement or D2 variance. The property is located in the R3 zone where the meat processing exists in non-conforming use. Tonight, you'll hear testimony that the proposed accessory freezer structure will be used to make the storage more efficient. Currently, the existing storage facility does not meet the demands of the applicant and its business. So we are seeking this meet the accessory storage in order to make the business more efficient. We are seeking certain C variances, what we discussed throughout our testimony. I am in receipt of the planner's report dated February 27, 2024, and the applicant will agree to comply with those conditions. Mr. Hazel, as part of his report, has indicated or requested that the applicant elicit certain testimony, which we are ready and will be presented tonight. I am also in receipt of the water and sewer memorandum, and I'm happy to say that we have the memorandum indicated that the plans are in compliance and have issued an approval. And last but not least, I'm in receipt of the engineer memorandum dated March 12, 2023, I've not received, I just want to make sure I have the right date on here. It's actually 2024. There are certain conditions that engineers ask us to clarify and elicit testimony. We will agree to comply with the conditions. However, our engineer, or Mr. Fernandez, will be addressing a few issues. I said that we're complying, but we do need variances or waivers. And just for the record, that's item 1, Roman numeral 2 and 3, respect to the shade trees and on-site trees. Item 4, in reference as site plan, and Roman numeral 6, respect to the tandem parking spaces, which we'll be discussing throughout our testimony. And there were some comments regarding the planting strip on the city sidewalk that Mr. Fernandez will be addressing throughout his testimony. I do have a number of witnesses tonight. My first witness will be our architect, Jorge Fernandez, followed by representative of the applicant. We discuss the overall operation regarding the expansion of this non-conforming use. I am also have available our traffic engineer, Mr. Klein, per request from Department of Engineering regarding the truck circulation plan. And last but not least, Mr. Bandano will be testifying regarding the justification in respect to the D2 expansion of the non-conforming use.
Thank you, counsel. And just to confirm, the conditions in the planner's report, the engineering report, except those, I have 3 things that you mentioned, and the water and sewer report, you agree to comply with all those conditions as conditions of approval, correct?
That is correct.
Great, thank you. Let's proceed.
But this time I'd like to call my first witness, our architect, Jorge Fernandez.
Mr. Fernandez, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, give us your address in relationship to this application.
Jorge Fernandez, Fernandes, registered architect, business address 75 Parkhurst Street, Newark, New Jersey.
Ms. Fernandez, is your architectural license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Fernandez is well known to this board. We'll accept him as an expert in the field of architecture. Counsel?
So, Mr. Fernandez, you're familiar with the plans, correct?
Yes.
Right. If you can share your screen and give us an overview of what's existing at the site and what we're proposing tonight.
Sure. This is the S1 page, the site plan that was submitted. We have the existing site plan. There's a 1-story brick concrete building in the rear of the property. That's the current meat packing plant that is in use. It has to the south a loading dock that's currently in use, and also in front of it to the south a 2.5-story dwelling that I believe is being occupied. This dwelling is within the site. But it does have its own entrance from the sidewalk, and there was a freezer container that is being used for storage of meat products. There was also an existing driveway, that 25 feet wide driveway that is giving access to the loading dock and to the general paved driveway area in front of the meat plant. There is no parking available for the 2.5-story dwelling home currently. Our proposal here is to essentially demolish the home and in its place have a freezer that it's shown here, a freezer tower. It's 38 by 58 feet, the plan, and I would like to just jump to the A1 page to show the floor plan of what we are proposing. So this is the entrance from the north end of the tower. This entrance, it gives access from the plant behind it. So there People can come into here from there and with material, and they have a small prep area here, 275 square feet, before they get into the actual freezer area, which is 1,604 square feet. And these have vertical shelving that will be accessed via a forklift. So we have some shelving, and the building itself, even though it only has one floor plate, it will have a total of 60 feet in height from the street. Being that this is a existing industrial use on this neighborhood that's currently operating, but there are residential uses as well. Directly adjacent to it, there's an apartment building. There are some 3-family or 2-family homes on the other side, and we wanted to make the tower a little bit more residential, if you will, in terms of its appearance. So we incorporated some windows that will obviously not be see-through, but it will give the feeling that you have a building here as opposed to just a freezer tower, to something that you'd see otherwise in a industrial area, and that are usually covered completely in either corrugated aluminum paneling, and don't have windows and very few entry points. We are showing the door here. This door can be used for egress purposes, for safety issues. It will not be used to access the building regularly, but we have it there to give it the illusion that you have a front entrance to this building. We will have the very last floor or level of this tower will be a parapet where we will conceal the refrigeration condensing equipment that will be located on the roof of the tower, both for practical reasons, but also for to make sure that none of the noise levels affect the neighbors around. So in this case, the roof of this tower will be higher than the roof of the neighboring apartment building, and therefore the noise from the refrigeration equipment will not affect anyone in that apartment building. And essentially the noise emitted by these machines is the same as a conventional residential HVAC condenser that will be installed maybe in a roof of an apartment building anyway. So the decibel levels are similar in the 40 to 45 decibel range, and therefore I believe they're acceptable in a residential neighborhood. We tried to have some more windows on the other facades as well as brick masonry and composite, stone panel, and except for the rear, which faces the current plant, there we didn't show any windows, only the stone and paneling. I do have a rendering that I would like to share. We can mark this as A1.
A1.
We are showing here the proposed tower, again with the masonry and composite panel and windows. Right next to this 4-story residential building. So the roof of our building is slightly higher than theirs, and then we still have the parapet to hide the refrigeration equipment. And we'll also proposing a sign there for the business. The sign will be 100 square feet, 5 by 20 wide. That I believe is in compliance with the city ordinance. And of course, to the right is the existing plant, which will remain as it stands today. Also, I believe there was an existing masonry wall here that was roughly 7 feet high, and it had a sliding gate that was also 7 feet high. And we were proposing to remove the masonry wall, but in its place install a 7-foot wrought iron gate fence, as well as a rolling gate for security of the site. We
If I
will
could just touch, before you move on to that, so respect to that gate, we are seeking a variance relief respect to that gate.
yes, we are seeking variance from the required 5 foot.
Okay. All right, and our planner will be justifying or discussing the justification. Is there a reason why we could not comply with the required, I believe it's 4 feet on the fence?
It has to do with security. The owner wants to have keep the 7-foot high fence that he currently has, or gate. I would like to also speak to the planting area. There's an existing planting area in the public right of way in front of the 4-story apartment building. We were trying to match it and add some more planting, but I saw that the engineer report as well as the planner's report was asking us to remove it, so we'll definitely be able to comply with that request and remove this planting strip and only keep the planting within our site. We'll also obviously have to repair and replace the sidewalk and curbs in our building frontage or lot frontage. And unfortunately, we can only plant one street tree. And the reason being is that there's an existing pole where we would be able to plant the other tree. And then, of course, we still have our driveway that I believe the traffic consultant will get into how this driveway is operated. And on-site trees, I mean, we have very limited space here. It is a industrial use, and they need the space in order to maneuver both merchandise as well as the delivery vehicles. So we really cannot plant any more on-site trees here.
Before you begin, I just wanted to clarify on the record. So we are seeking some relief respect to that. Now, you indicated respect to the shade tree, one is required, and due to the limitations of the site, we're unable to provide that.
I believe 2 are required, 3 are required. We can only provide 1, so we would have to pay for 2.
I'm going to talk about the street trees. I know we have an on-site tree variance, but respect to the street trees.
Sure.
Okay, so we would be willing to pay into the fund?
Yes.
Okay, and then let's discuss the requirement on the on-site trees.
Yes, we will have to pay into the fund for that as well.
Okay. You can continue, Jorge.
Okay, so the only other thing I really wanted to talk about was we are left with some space here that can be used for parking. We have a tandem parking situation where the employees could park in tandem here, at least 2 cars. I believe the owner will be on later and get more into detail as to how many of his employees actually have cars and actually come in with cars. But being that this is not for sale to the public, I believe that the tandem parking situation would suffice. And I saw that in the engineering report, we were asked for a handicap parking space. We won't be able to provide it on the site. The only thing we would be able to do is apply for a handicap sign on the placard on the street. But then again, this is not for sale to the public. It's would be merely for the eventuality of a handicap employee that there would be a need for a handicap parking space. I'm pretty much done with my testimony, and I'm open to any questions.
Ms. Moore, anything further from this witness?
I do have some, just to listen in a little more testimony with respect to Mr. Hazel's request. We mentioned one of the requirement or comment was to utilize as much permeable material as much on the site. Can you just discuss that a little bit if we want to comply with that condition?
I mean, the only permeable material that I think we could use is permeable asphalt in the areas, the parking area and this staging area in front of the loading dock, because currently the loading dock is concrete, so it's existing. We would have to do some repaving in the after the demolition and the construction of the new structure. So wherever we will repave, we can repave with the asphalt. But we cannot comply with that anywhere else, as the existing building would stand.
And I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Comisanos.
Two questions. In regards to the trees, are there going to be more, less, or the same as was previously there? And in regards to the amount of coverage, do we know how much more the lot is no longer permanent?
Sure. So the trees, currently there are no street trees on this side, on this frontage. And in terms of permeable area, pervious area, we currently don't have any on the site, and we are really just replacing some of the building area as well as pavement area with a building.
Okay, so it's pretty much a wash, except for we're getting one more tree.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Trafficante, no raised hand. Any questions from the board for Mr. Fernandez? Commissioner Riviera.
Is there any way that the building could have been a little shorter by any chance? Why so high? Why? It looks a little tall to me, but are you able to explain to me a little bit?
We were trying to match the roof height to the existing apartment building on the left. Then we have the added height for the parapet for the machinery on top, the refrigeration equipment. I mean, technically this could be made shorter, of course. We would just have the machinery at the level of the windows of that apartment building. Even though that apartment building does not have windows facing our site, those windows are facing the street.
And another question to that: what's the height of the current house or building that's there, structure?
In our site or the neighbor?
First.
On our site, we have a 2.5-story home, frame dwelling. I believe it's a 2-family home, and there's an existing 1-story industrial building in the rear of the property.
And you guys are looking for about 3.5, you would say, the structure that's being built right now?
The structure that's being built right now is really just one floor plan. So it only has one floor, but it has a vertical height, effectively, of six floors if you're going to count the parapet level.
Thank you. That'll be all from me.
Commissioner Monfort, Vice Chair Monfort.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Fernandez, it's gonna be strictly a freezer. There's no office space in it. It's strictly to replace the current freezer and have a new one.
That is correct. This is only freezer storage. There's no other use on that new structure.
Okay.
Anything further, Vice Chair?
Well, thank you.
Mr. Hazel.
Yes. Mr. Fernandez, could you explain a little more for me? I understand what you're saying, that the building is going to be entirely freezer. So basically, is there going to be shelves built up from the ground floor all the way up? Or how high up is the storage within the building going to go?
That is correct. That's how it works. There's the storage racks are going to go up essentially to the what I call the fifth level, or 40 foot 6 inches. That would be the base of the last platform. That's about as high as that forklift can reach. And then obviously above that is only ceiling and then mechanical equipment. So 40 foot 6 inches is the limit of the storage.
And that 40 foot 6 that you're talking about is the highest base. Is it that you can put something on? So on the 40 foot, correct. Stuff would be stored above that. That would be the shelf, if you will, and the storage would be above that.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trafficante.
Oh, sorry.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name and title for the record, please.
Charles Trafficante. I am a principal engineer and a professional engineer. I am the employment of the City of Newark Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing. Mr. Fernandez, in regard to requesting relief of planting the second city shade tree, is there any way you could either, well, one, meet with the city arborist to discuss this further, and two, if it cannot be planted, would your client be willing to put it in I guess a giant vase planter in lieu of in the ground?
So, council, as a condition of approval, would you agree to work with our Department of Engineering and our planner and the city's arborist at your expense, of course, to determine whether and if and where the appropriate trees could be planted, and if not, to come to an agreement as to the funds you're going to put into the tree fund, as well as any other requests that city staff make. Would you agree to that as a condition of approval?
We would agree to that as a condition.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Trafficante?
Yes, thank you. Last question. Mr. Fernandez, in your exhibit or elevations, you show a canopy on the front of the building. Does that project into the public right of way?
In this case, it does.
All right. Have you
Could you bring that back up, Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, the rendering.
All right. I guess, would you be willing to seek approval from the city of Newark to allow for that, provided one is required? I believe one would be, but I defer.
I believe that because we're not going to have the planting buffer, it is almost we would be able to remove that canopy, because it kind of makes sense if the planting buffer was there. But if it's just going to be sidewalk, I guess we really don't need it to be there.
All right.
So we can agree to remove it.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Mr. Fernandez, could you talk about the setback front yard of this building as compared to the adjacent structure? And
Yes.
And let's put back up your end.
Sure. Well, I guess for the setback, the site plans would probably be a little bit better to put up. We can see here, we have the existing apartment building to the left. It is on the property line. And then our proposed structure, we have a 3-foot side yard. And then we're essentially on the property line on the western corner. And then we taper off away from the property line on the southeastern corner of the building.
On my left, what's on my left, looking at this?
Looking at this, on your left is the southwest. So our building is touching the property line. And then on your right, it is
a building there?
back. Yes, this is the corner of the building here, where the
Okay.
cursor is.
Are there residential buildings on both sides?
There are residential buildings on both sides of this property.
Tell me about the setbacks of those buildings.
The 4-story residential building to the west, that one is on the property line. It has a 0-foot setback in the front, and partially also a 0-foot setback on the side, because the building comes to the side property line as well.
So that matches at least that portion of your building then?
Correct.
What about the other?
The other side, I mean, we have 42 feet, 42.58 feet, essentially to the neighboring building. And then from the face of our proposed building. And I believe that building, it's a 2-story frame dwelling, and it has a driveway, so it's I'm going to say 18 feet minimum from the front property line.
And, do you think? This is an R3 neighborhood.
That is correct, Chair.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. So here's my concern, Mr. Fernandez. The new zoning ordinance didn't change this designation, and I think the thinking is that changes in this district would comport with the new zoning ordinance. Isn't that how you understand zoning, Mr. Fernandez? If you do. But this doesn't. You're in fact requesting for a significant increase in what's like an industrial use. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say that we are increasing an existing industrial use. Yes.
Yeah. You're going to take down a smaller building and build a 6-story building in an area of, would you say, 3-story and 4-story buildings?
Yes, that's correct.
So I'm a little bit concerned about that. We're going in the opposite direction. Of course, that's why you're here. I think it's important, though, to see if we can't make this as residential, as you said in your presentation, appearing as possible. And, you have a 6-foot wrought iron fence here. Are there any wrought iron fences on the rest of the block?
No, I don't believe so.
That's, changes the look of the neighborhood, I would say. Would you agree?
Yes.
And then you have that sign. Is that sign a lit sign?
No.
Okay.
It's just a flat plate sign.
Uh-huh. Could you make that sign less I know the owner wants their name to jump out there, but could you make it more in character with the residential nature of the building? Maybe you put it in, well, these are things that concern me. And then you're looking for a greatly expanded driveway. Tell me about the driveway size.
The driveway is 25 feet, and that's existing. So we're not looking to make that any larger.
No? Yeah. And I guess that's going to be, is that going to be a mechanized fence that you're proposing there?
Yes, a rolling
Yeah,
gate.
mechanical, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I guess I have I don't guess. I have concerns about the intensified non-residential looks that this is going to add. And I wonder if we can't revisit those. The other thing I got to tell you is I appreciate your concern wanting to donate trees, but but I accept I'll withdraw that because you've already agreed to look at that. Those are my concerns, and I wonder if it's not possible to address some of those concerns. I mean, this is a residential neighborhood. The folks have a right, and there's zoning kept it a residential neighborhood. Folks have a right to live in a residential neighborhood. And I'm reluctant to agree to expand it in a way that is so anti-residential neighborhood, if you will. So if you could think about that, and I'd like to hear any suggestions you have, or maybe none, to address those concerns. In the meantime, are there other members of the board with questions for the architect, Commissioner Comisanes?
What I'm trying to understand is what was already there and what's new. So, is there already a mechanical gate there? Or
Yes.
Okay, and the height is what?
7 feet.
7 feet. So you have a mechanical gate that's 7 feet, and you now need a variance for the mechanical gate that's 7 feet because you're submitting an application. So if we don't approve this freezer, there's still a 7-foot mechanical gate there, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm trying to understand, I asked the tree question earlier, is what are the new variances that don't already exist? Like, because if this doesn't get approved, some of that stuff stays anyway, right? So the fence would still stay, the driveway would still stay. What you guys are submitting is a cooler that looks like a building?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that's not there that's going to be added that you can think of? I mean,
what was there previously? There was a house that will be demolished, and they're using the freezer truck as a storage. What we're proposing is a building storage freezer that actually looks like a building, as opposed to just having containers on the site.
do you have a picture of what it looks like now?
Commissioner Comisanes, may I have an opportunity to redirect? I do have some follow-up questions in light of the existing variances or existing to kind of Mr. Fernandez address those. That's a great question as far as there are certain variances that we are seeking tonight that are existing nonconformity that we're not looking to necessarily exacerbate, but we are, referencing the planner's report existing condition. So one of them I know Chair Font mentioned respect to the side yard setback, Mr. Fernandez, and one of that is an existing nonconformity, existing main building. We're not seeking any new variances. Is that correct?
Correct. The existing structure in the rear is at a variance.
And that's an existing non-conforming condition.
Yes,
Okay. And we are seeking, we mentioned a front yard setback.
correct.
Okay. That is a slight increase in what it's there before. Or the question is, are there any other existing non-conforming condition? Again, this is an existing building, you'll hear tonight, that's been there for 30 years. So it is, we're not I just want to make the record clear, we are not here tonight on a D1 use variance for a new use. We're seeking to expand the business that has been there and that was permitted. Our plan would be
Right, but this building does not exist.
not this, but it's,
Right.
again, the relief that we're seeking, just want to make sure, is the expansion of a non-conforming, because it's an accessory structure of the existing building.
Right,
Now,
you're going to demolish a residential building that's 4 stories, is that correct? And replace it with an industrial building that's 6 stories. Do I have that right?
That is correct, but it's under the legal law here, and I believe in Mr. Hazel report, this is not a D1 Medici standard.
I
just want to
understand.
make sure that this is an accessory structure.
Gotcha.
Now, and Chair Font, I guess the question is, Mr. Fernandez, you've heard some comments from Chair Font respect to the height of the building. Is there to address his concerns or any comments, is the applicant willing to reduce the height of the building, or is there any attempt to reduce the height of the building? You mentioned in your testimony that you were looking to mimic that residential building, the apartment building. Is there any room for that?
There's certainly room to decrease the height. I mean, that is essentially what I said was that it's the maximum that the forklift that we will use can go to. So obviously we can start taking down layers from there, and instead of being 60 feet, it could be 50 feet. But I believe the client would have to give us an opinion as to how much he actually needs to make the whole process worth it.
So we'll reserve on that question. Now, respect to I just want to clarify that we are seeking relief for the fence, and Commissioner Comisano has indicated this is an existing fence. That's correct.
Yes.
All right. So this existing, we're not seeking to increase the height of the fence.
No.
So I'm a little confused there, because the testimony was a request for a 6-foot fence. Now Mr. Fernandez says it's an existing fence at 7 feet. Can you
6 feet.
Can you address that, please?
It's my understanding that it was 6 feet. I don't know, Mr. Fernandez, you're saying my understanding it was 6 feet. So I just want to clarify that it was 6 feet.
I said that the wall that's there's a masonry wall that's 7 feet, as well as the rolling gate. That is 7 feet.
How high is the fence?
I'm sorry, the fence that we are proposing is 7 feet.
So there is no fence there in front of that building now, isn't that correct?
There is a rolling gate that's wrought iron.
In front of the new building you're proposing, which is now a 4-story building, residential building, is there a 7-foot, 6-foot, any kind of wrought iron fence existing today?
The masonry wall.
Right. So the fence will be new there that you're proposing, correct?
Right. Yes.
Do we really need a fence in front of that building? Isn't what your employer needs to, your employer or client needs to protect just at that driveway? Can't we just put the fence there? Just a question.
We could.
And
we're showing the fence going over also the planting area in front of our building, but we could cut it short and just have it in front of the actual driveway area.
Yeah,
and the building itself doesn't really need a fence in front of it.
Yeah, are you going to replace that existing fence? and put a brand new fence?
The plan is to remove it. First of all, remove the masonry wall, because that will no longer be needed. And then build a new fence and rolling gate.
And do you really need 7 feet there, Mr. Fernandez? Can't we do something that's a little more in tune with the residential character of the neighborhood? Throwing out that also. So it could start at the side wall of your building, protect, maybe even go back a little bit, be recessed a bit, and protect the driveway at a lower, more residential looking height.
I would not be opposed to that, but I'm going to leave that option to the owner.
I'm sure you can make something that really fits in with the character of the neighborhood better than a 7-foot fence. Just a thought. So if we could put that on your list, Ms. Moore. Mr. Hazel, do you have?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify.
Mr. Gerald Hazel, the board planner.
You mentioned twice that the building that the applicant was proposing to take down, a 4-story building, and replace it with a 6-story structure. The building that they're taking down is 2.5 stories.
Whoa.
And being replaced with a 6-story structure.
Wow.
I want to make that clear.
That is correct.
Wow. That's just about a 2-story difference. That's a difference. Any other questions from the members of the board? Ms. Moore, I hope you're making a list of these things, I hope.
I am making a list.
I do appreciate that. If there are no further questions from the board at the moment, Ms. Afolo, state your name and address for the record, please.
Denise Relaford Afolo, Pavilion Apartments, the city of Newark, New Jersey. I believe that regarding the trees, they have kind of been, addressed, but I am asking that they really consider putting trees there. Hawthorne Avenue, that particular area needs trees. It's like it's considered a desert area in the particular that area of the South Ward. My other question was the fence, and I believe Commissioner Font has kind of addressed that. And my last question was, you stated that you were going to try to get a handicap parking space on the street. Why can't it be on the property? I mean, somebody's handicapped, and they're working there. We should try to accommodate them a little bit better. Or, is there a reason why we can't put that handicap parking space on the property?
Because of the loading dock and the building, we can't have the handicap buffer currently on the site.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Combs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of the questions and concerns that I had initially have been raised by you and Mr. Trafficante. The only lingering question that I still have is the need for the signage that's on the building. Not sure that that's needed in this residential zone, because this building is not, as the testimony said, is not going to be open to the public. There are truck parking, and I believe that the trucks already have signage on them, so I'm not sure that that's necessary. If you do need signage on the building, maybe the applicant can consider something on the awning or do an awning install with signage, but not sure that that's needed. The height of the building is a concern. If the applicant can consider lowering the height of the building. But I do appreciate the efforts that they've made to making this look more residential. And so it doesn't, they're eliminating the a two-story house per se, but what they are proposing is a residential look and feel building. But the height of the building, I think, can be reduced to make it a little bit more, maybe soften it a little bit for the homes that are existing. As it relates to the fence, 7-foot gate fence, whatever you call it, is absolutely not necessary at this location. And the board should consider maybe 5 or 6-foot fence. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. I think these are, those things are on your list, but Ms. Moore, I would ask that as a condition of approval, your applicant agree to work with our board planner to submit a signage more in character with the residential neighborhood, something that would be akin to signage you would find on a residential building. I don't know if you want to accept that now or put it on your list of things to talk to.
I have no objection to that. I was actually going to recommend that we work with Mr. Hazel with respect to that signage. I would have no objection to that.
Thank you. But just when you do that with Mr. Hazel, try not to beat him up, Cancer.
Be nice, Jim.
So do you need a minute to talk to your applicant?
If I can, my next witness will be the representative, but if I can just have 5 minutes to speak with him, and then we can address those comments, since we do need his consent.
We'll come back at 7:26. Let's be prompt.
Okay, thank you.
Off the record.
Recording stopped.
The time is 7:28. If everyone could please turn on their camera.
Okay, it's 7:30.
Recording in progress.
I think all our board members are back. Miss Council, did you have enough time?
I'm trying to, is Mr. Fernandez available? I see him, but Mr. Fernandez?
Yes?
You need more time, Ms.
If
Moore?
you just give me 2 seconds for Mr. Fernandez, just to give me a call, please.
Sure. Mr. Hazel, do you have something you want to bring up first before council talks to Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, if I may, Mr. Chair. One of the things that I generally put in my report, but in this case, it definitely was there, is a description of exactly what type of processes and things of that sort that are proposed for this area. That takes on much more significance because, again, it's a quasi or actually a straight up industrial use that is basically in a completely residential zone, not a mixed use or otherwise. My concern is that refrigeration noise that is proposed for the roof of this building, I am concerned about that with the building next door. Yes, Mr. Fernandez did mention that it would not be anything more than a regular air conditioned compressor for a home, which I can't imagine. You have a 6-story refrigerator. I mean, I don't know about my refrigerator at home, but I can tell when it comes on and off, and it does vibrate the wall and the ground around it a little bit. So I'm just a little concerned about how that is going to basically play with the surrounding uses, especially the building next door. Is it going to have the building wall vibrating? Is it going to?
So, Mr. Hazel, it looks like we lost counsel on Ms. Fernandez. That's good question. Let's hold that, and we'll come back to that. If Mr. Fernandez can even address that. Well, hold off, Mr. Fernandez. Your lawyer's not here.
I'm here.
Yes. I cut Mr. Hazel off at the end of his question. I don't know if you caught his question, the beginning of it, counsel?
I did. I believe what I heard the question is respect to the decimal levels and its impact with the residential,
Right.
and how that would be abated, if any.
Right. Mr. Hazel, you want to continue then?
Yeah, no, I think basically, council basically got the gist of it. I'm more concerned because of the size of it, that this is not just a noise situation, but is this going to also be vibration and things of that sort, which will potentially impact the building that it's within a few feet of. The existing facility that's there, whatever refrigeration they have, is I think was in the container truck or what have you. But this is going to be essentially a 6-story large refrigerator, and I can just imagine what type of sound and vibration or whatever that may create. So it's just an area of concern that I think needs to be addressed.
Council.
Mr. Fernandez, can you address that before I bring in the other stuff?
Yes. Well, the equipment that's going to be there, it's going to operate between 40 to 45 decibels, and it will all be installed on dampers that will mitigate the vibration on this roof.
Ms. Fernandez, do you know what the permitted decibel level is in residential areas in the city of Newark? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Commissioner Riviero.
I could speak a little bit about it because I have been inside warehouses for days. Refrigerator the size of a block, and you actually hear more noise inside than anything outside. It's the same. So I actually, I don't want to say it like this, but I'll be direct about. I wouldn't worry about that noise. If it's even there, it's really low. It's safe to say that the exterior of the building, it's like a regular house here, I guess. And in terms of vibration, I can't speak about it. You know, I'm usually driving a truck, but I could say that this will not be disturbing the neighbors. More likely, will not be disturbing anyone. I'll leave it as that.
Thank you. Council.
So, Chair, I did have an opportunity to speak with my client respect to some of the conditions. My next witness will be Mr. Wilson Jimenez, as far as the operation is concerned. But I can state on the record as a condition of approval that the applicant will be willing to reduce the height of the building by 10 feet. We will be requesting a fence of 6 feet, and I will provide further testimony why that fence is required. However, we are willing as a condition of approval to work with Mr. Hazel in order to come up with something that's more akin to residential while still purporting the client that security measure that we're seeking for that fence.
Ms. Moore, we had talked about not putting the fence in front of this new building. Is that something that you're agreeing to as a condition of approval?
I did not get a yes on that. I do want to provide some testimony as far as not having the fence, and I would like to provide the testimony and have the board revisit that.
Sure. So this is going to be now a 50-foot building, is that correct?
Yeah, so Mr. Fernandez, we just.
That is correct.
And that's about how many stories, Mr. Fernandez?
5-story.
So this is going to be a 5-story refrigerator? This entire building is going to be one huge refrigerator?
Yes.
Council?
So unless the board has specific questions, at this time I'd like to call Mr. Jimenez, our operations, Wilson Jimenez.
Where is Mr. Jimenez? Oh, there. Mr. Jimenez, could you turn your video on?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you please state your name, give us your address, and relationship to this application, please?
Wilson Jimenez, 287-291 Hawthorne Avenue, Newark, New Jersey. I'm the manager for CBOW Provisions.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Jimenez. Counsel?
Thank you.
And Mr. Jimenez, what are your responsibilities at CBOW Provisions?
I make sure the day-to-day operations are done right, hire employees, and place orders to vendors.
And what is your relationship to the owner, in addition to being the manager?
He's my father.
Okay. And how long, you said you're the manager, how long have you served in that capacity?
For about 20 years.
And just give us an overview. Exactly, I indicated that CBOW has been in that location for about 30 years. Can you just give us describe your current operations for the meatpacking plant?
We deliver and sell meat products to restaurants, grocery stores in the area.
Do you deliver directly to consumers, households?
No.
And how long, you mentioned that how long is Seabow in business? And give us how was the business started? You can just give the board an overview of how it started.
My father bought it from a cousin back in '94, and he took over.
Okay. You just so your dad started the business, and is your dad currently operated?
At the moment, no. He's retired. Yes.
And who's currently operating the business?
Me and my brother.
Okay. And is this a family-owned business?
Yes.
And would you consider yourself a staple in the community?
Yes, we are. We help the community a lot. Donations and a lot of things.
Now, just walk us through as far as the day-to-day operations for Seabow. Is that currently, just walk us through your operations. When does the day start? What are your hours of operation?
We start at 6:30 in the morning.
I'm sorry? What was that?
We start at 6:30 a.m. At that time, we start receiving deliveries from vendors. At 7 a.m., customers start calling in orders. We make those orders the same day, and we done by 4 p.m.
And when you say customers, you indicated that your customers, again, are supermarkets and grocery stores. Is that correct?
Correct. Supermarkets and grocery stores.
And how often would you say you typically deliver?
We deliver every day, Monday through Friday.
And how many trips would you say you currently have per day?
I mean, like delivery-wise, we deliver around per truck, 20 deliveries.
Now, do you have customers picking up from the site?
No.
And if this application was to be approved, would the hours of operation you stated before remain the same?
Yes, they will remain the same.
Okay. And how many employees do you currently have?
14 employees.
Now, Mr. Fernandez has testified that we are seeking to add the storage unit, freezer for accessory use. Can you give us an idea, what is the purpose of having that storage freezer?
It's for space. We don't have space at the moment. That's the reason why we have multiple trucks delivering to us. If we have the storage, we'll be able to bring in less trucks a week.
And what are you storing, and where are you currently doing your storage as far as your storing your cold meats?
Oh, we're storing meats, and in the warehouse, we have a small cooler and a freezer.
And is it your testimony that you said because of the capacity of the existing storage that you get deliveries on a daily basis?
Correct.
Now, do you anticipate, based on your operations, that you would increase the efficiency?
Yes.
How so?
We'll bring in less deliveries.
When you say less deliveries, explain it to the board. Like, well, typically, how much meat are you getting? Is there not enough room in the existing space for you to store your meats?
Yeah, at the moment there isn't. So our vendors have to deliver to us daily to be able to get out to our customers.
When the vendors are coming, is the vendor, when you say the vendor, this is a truck?
Yes, truck.
Okay. And where are the vendors coming from?
They come from all over places: Delaware, New York, Pennsylvania.
And does that hinder or slow down the business, the fact that you're not able to store your meats?
It does.
Okay. And as a result of not having the capacity to store it, you are required to have more truck deliveries. Is that correct?
Correct.
So do you anticipate that having that storage for the accessory storage, that you would eliminate the number of vehicles coming to and from the site?
Correct.
All right. Have you evaluated how many vehicles do you anticipate that will come to and from the site if the board would approve this application?
At the moment, we get around 20 trucks a week. We'll be able to bring it down to around 10 deliveries per week.
And how is that? Explain that to me. How would you be able to reduce that?
So they bring it in 53-foot trailers, a few pallets. We'll be able to take loads, 20 pallets at a time, instead of every few days.
And we mentioned the height. The board had some concerns regarding the height, and you indicated you're willing to come down to 50 feet. One of the questions Mr. Hazel asked was, are there shelving described? Like, how would you shore it, and why do you need that additional height of the building?
Sorry, repeat that?
Why do you need that height? How are you storing your products? Are they done in shelves that you require that height?
Yes, it'll be in shelves, and we'll use the forklift to help get it to the height.
And what type of trucks are you referring to?
Trailers, 53-foot trailers.
And is it your testimony that you said if this application would be approved, rather than having 4 deliveries per day, 5 days a week, you'll have it about 3 days per week? Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, are these trucks coming directly to you? Are they delivering only to your store?
No, they deliver to most places.
Okay. And what would you say is the time frame or the anticipated time to unload and unload?
20 minutes.
And is that assisted? Do you typically have someone assisting you with the delivery trucks? Walk us through
Yes.
that process.
We have one guy unloading it and one guy directing traffic.
So is it your testimony that you're seeking the accessory because you don't have the current capacity to store your meat products?
Correct.
Okay. Are you in not there's any zoning? Are you storing them anywhere other than a freezer now, or are you using any other space to store them?
No, we just have a container on site.
And that container does not meet it doesn't have sufficient capacity.
Yes, it doesn't.
Okay. Now, if this application was not approved, or do you think that would affect your business? If you tell us, like, what do you anticipate? How would that affect your business?
If it's not approved, yeah, it will affect our business. We will have to look elsewhere for more space.
And you said you've been in Newark for 30 years?
Correct.
You would like to remain in Newark?
Yes.
Okay. I do have a question. That one of the questions that the chair asked and the board had concerned, some of the board members had respect to the fence. Are you willing to remove the fence from the front of the premises, or do you?
Which one?
I believe the question posed was there was this proposed 7-foot fence in front of the building.
I'm not willing to remove it, but to bring it down to 5.
And what are your concerns with having a fence in front of the building?
Security.
Okay. Security,
Yeah.
Security, and said, what, you anticipate that someone may scale the property? Can you provide a little bit more as far as security?
We had a few break-ins.
And you said you're willing to reduce it to what height?
5 foot.
Okay. And are you, if the board was to allow you to permit a 5-foot fence, are you willing to work with the city planner and his professionals to perhaps obtain a different type of fencing while still trying to get a little security? Are you willing to make agree to that as a condition of approval?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Other questions for the applicant? We'll call him the applicant from the board. Questions for the applicant from the board. Mr. Jimenez, I had asked if I asked the architect if if he could and would be willing to not put a fence up in front of the new building. There's no fence there now, but to start the fence at the side wall of the building across your driveway. And is it your testimony that you are unwilling to do that?
Correct.
Okay, and you understand what? Do you understand why I asked for that?
More or less, yeah, I do, yes.
Yeah, because this is a R3. That means residential neighborhood permitting 3-family houses, and this is an ask for a big industrial use. So, and putting a fence up in front of the building would really make it completely different from the whole character of the neighborhood. That was my concern. You understand that?
Yes.
But you think security in front of that building is more important with a fence?
Yes.
Okay. Right now, you said that deliveries every day from trucks, what size?
53-foot trailers?
And that's what's happening today?
Yes.
And if you're able to build this 5-story building, would the size of the trucks that are delivering change?
They'll be the same size, just bring in more product.
Okay. And where do these are tractor trailers, correct?
Correct.
And where do they park when they deliver?
They unload in the street, and depending on how the street parking is, they could back in to the loading dock.
Is there parking on the street?
No.
Are cars permitted to park on the street?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hope so.
Right. And so is it fair to say that sometimes these tractor trailers can't pull into the curb because there's cars parked there? Is that fair to say?
Sorry, give me 1 second. Somebody's calling me. Sorry, repeat that?
Is it fair to say that when cars are parked on the street, the tractor trailers cannot pull into the curb to park?
Yes.
And they stay out in the street?
Yes.
And they block traffic?
Yes.
And the other thing is when there's cars in the street, the tractor trailers aren't able to pull into the site. Is that what you just said?
Sorry, repeat that?
When often, because cars are parked on the street, the tractor trailers can't back into the site. Is that correct?
It depends where they're parked, but they can back in.
Right, but sometimes they can't because of the cars where they're parked.
Correct.
What are you going to do with this building?
Excuse me?
What are you going to do with this building? What's every purpose you're going to use for this building?
Oh, make it a storage freezer.
5-story storage freezer?
Yes.
And right now you have a tractor trailer that you use for storage?
Yes.
I'm sorry, rephrase the question. Mr. Jimenez, just listen to the question. You're not using a tractor trailer for storage.
Sorry.
Where are you storing your items?
He's using it.
Container.
What's is it? When you say container, do you mean a trailer?
It's not
It's a trailer, right?
Yes, it is a trailer. Yeah.
Trailer.
It is. Yes.
No,
Yes.
I understand. And you have one of those on site?
Correct.
So you're going to go from one trailer. What's the size of that trailer?
It's 53.
Okay.
53 foot. Yes.
Mr. Jimenez, have you considered looking at any other locations in the city for the purpose of refrigerated storage?
What you mean, like cold storage?
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't make sense.
Why is that?
The cost.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Jimenez from the board? If none, Mr. Otto, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Nia Ablade, Arjogo 02, 62 Haddon Terrace, Newark, New Jersey.
Sir, your question for Mr. Jimenez.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. With you said with the new building, which will basically be a refrigerated building, that would cut the deliveries basically in half.
Yes.
And please explain to me how that is, since you'll have more product to be able to, deliver and receive. How will that cut the deliveries in half?
So right now the deliveries we receive, they come in 53-foot trailers. We receive around 2 or 3 pallets a day from those trucks. We could take a full load, which would be 24 pallets.
Okay. So since you can take more pallets, it'll be less deliveries, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So since you can take more pallets, will the trucks be bigger, or you'll still use the same type of trucks?
So it'll be the same 53-foot.
Okay. All right. And I think Commissioner Alfont asked some of the questions that I wanted to ask. But you said also that you work with the community. What groups have you worked with in the community, or what people have you worked with?
The names I don't have at the moment. They come and they bring the flyers, and we give donations.
Okay.
Yes. Some churches.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Afalo, state your name, address for the record, please.
Janice Feller for the follow, Pavilion Apartments, the city of Newark, New Jersey. Good evening, Mr. Jimenez. I have several questions for you.
Good evening.
Do you have a sales and market office in your establishment?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying is that you will cut down to only 10 trucks a day if this building is built. But if you have your sales and market office and newcomers want to take on, be interested in your building, in your, business, would you deny them? Because your business could increase from 10 to maybe going back up to 20 trucks a day. Is that possible?
Well, yes, it is possible.
Okay. And also, you have existing 14 employees now. So if this building is built, is it possible that your employees' staff would increase just as well?
No, they will not increase.
Okay. So you're stating that they do, right now, it will cut down to like 3 days a week for delivery. If this particular, 5-story building, whatever size is built. Is that what you're stating?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to tell you something. You had, there was a truck delivery, and I waited 20 minutes behind that truck until it got finished to be delivered. So it is an inconvenience, especially, you're out, your trucks are out on the street. Are you saying that when this particular building is built, you would actually have them come into? Would they still be delivering on the street, or would they be delivering on the property now?
We can deliver to the properties. The problem is sometimes there's cars blocking a driveway right in front of our business across the street.
And if I can just, I don't mean to interrupt, we do have our traffic engineer. We provided a truck turn-in template as an exhibit, but I believe that'd be more as far as that operate. Again, he's here for operations. I don't want to talk about trucks. I don't believe that's his capacity for that. So we do have our expert will be discussing the truck turn-in template and the ability to maneuver the site.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Moore, for that clarification. Um, so, and my last question, Mr. Jimenez, since you have been there for 30 years, and there are, residents, that live next door, have there ever been any conversations with those residents about, this proposed building, even though I know that it is, you have your sign up and et cetera, but, have there been conversations because it might be a quality of life issue for those residents in terms of, the construction, the noise and et cetera.
That I don't know, there hasn't been any conversation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Monfort. You're muted. You're muted.
Mr. Jimenez, can you tell me what your relationship is with the church across the street?
No relation.
You have no relations with the church across the street. And the building to the right, have you ever had any complaints?
To the right, no.
What about the home to your left?
No, we haven't.
So you've pretty much been a good neighbor with your neighborhood residents in your area.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Jimenez? Yep. Thank you, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you.
I wish you were more willing to meet the concerns that certainly that I raised. Counsel?
Well, at this time, our next witness will be our traffic engineer, Lee Klein.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Klein, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, your address, and your relationship to this application.
My name is Lee, middle initial D as in Daniel, Klein, K-L-E-I-N. I'm the I'm the applicant's traffic engineer, and I'm principal of Klein Traffic Consulting, West Orange, New Jersey.
Thank you. Counsel? Oh,
Mr. Klein.
I'm sorry. Mr. Klein,
Your license number.
License is current and in good standing, PE as well as my certificate, PTO.
Oh, I didn't even ask a question. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
You've appeared before this board before, haven't you? Mr. Klein?
Mr. Klein, you have appeared before this board in the capacity
yes,
of
I have.
traffic
Yes.
engineer, correct?
In the past.
Mr. Klein is well-trained. He only answers to counsel's questions. So, counsel, I'll be quiet. We'll accept Mr. Klein as an expert in the field of traffic engineering. You might want to let him know I said that, counsel.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Chair. So, Mr. Klein, you've heard some testimony regarding the truck template and the parking. You're retained in connection with this project and had the opportunity to provide certain exhibits pursuant to the request of the engineer. Can you just discuss your exhibits and what, if any, observances and conclusions you were able with respect to the capacity of having trucks on this site?
Certainly. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay.
Please.
Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, we see your name.
Your name only, please. You can't see the exhibit.
Yes.
On here. So what I have in front of you right now on the screen is a vehicle turning template.
Not anymore. You were good for a brief shining moment, Mr. Klein.
So we had some problems yesterday with our internet. They had to fix it down the street, so I'm hoping that that's fixed. But all right, so let's start again, shall we? So I have in front of you exhibit number 1.
No, you don't.
I don't? Oh, I have to share
You
screen.
did.
You're right. You're right. Sorry.
So stop the share and then start it again.
able to see it?
We see your name again.
I keep getting kicked out.
There it is.
All right, very good.
Now, except now there's a sign that says Zoom quit unexpectedly. See if you can X out of that.
Oh, again with that.
You know, I think there's a virus going around for people with grays in their hair, facial hair, when it comes to technological things. I have it too, so I don't feel alone. And now you're back out. Maybe
Is John or Jorge? I'm
I don't
also
know,
on a
yeah.
hotspot, so Wi-Fi issues. Thank you.
I don't know if John's back on or if try one more time. This is open. And everything else closed.
there you go. You got it.
All right, we're here? Good. All right. That's better. Exhibit number 1, dated March 3rd, 5th, 2024.
So Lee, I hate to bust your bubble, but you're actually showing Exhibit 2. I know we
flip to the
did
other
have.
one, Marcia. I'll flip to the
Great,
other.
thank you. You want to stop sharing, and John will be able to.
Thank you. Sorry, John. Thank you, John. All right.
Looks like
Are we showing number 1, please?
Yeah, exhibit number 1 for now. Thank you, John.
Bear with me 1 sec. Exhibit number 1, here we go.
Thank you. These were submitted to the board.
Yes, these are included in your package,
Yes.
even though they're marked exhibits. They were part of the original
Yes.
package prior to 10 days.
You don't have to mark them.
Okay.
Let's just refer them. Okay. Mr. Klein?
So Lee, we can now see the screen, but not you. I know the feeling. It's okay.
You need to give him a call?
Let me try. Let me just get
All right. I had to switch to my cell phone. I apologize.
Okay. Is council back?
I'm here.
Great. Council?
Yes, I believe that the question was posed for Mr. Lee to review. We're referencing to Exhibit 1, which is, just mark the date on that, your westbound enter and exit template.
That's correct. Yes. So what I have in front of us is exhibit number 1, dated March 5th, 2024. It's entitled WB50 Tractor Trailer Westbound Enter Exit Template, exhibit number 1. And what that exhibit shows is that a 50-foot WB50 tractor trailer is able to maneuver to reverse into the site when they are traveling westbound, and then they reverse into the site, park in the site, offload, and when they're ready to leave, they can make the right turn out to continue westbound. The reason that Mr. Jimenez was talking about, in front of the site, across the street, you can see the word driveway right next to the word Hawthorne Avenue. That driveway, vehicles sometimes park in. So we're going to have some kind of better enforcement there so they do not park in front of the driveway, and then you can see the WB50 is able to make those maneuvers.
And in speaking with Mr. Jimenez, as far as the operation and the ability for that tractor trailer, it was indicated that they would have people to assist to basically to a flag person, so to speak,
yes,
in order to assist the access into the site.
That's correct. Yeah, he described someone as directing traffic while the vehicle is able to maneuver in. And again, he's going from 20 of these delivery trucks a week down to 10. So he's cutting this disruption in half, and he's going to be making sure that the vehicles are able to pull into the loading dock to offload.
And were you able to, you're not exhibit 2, if you can just reference, what does that depict?
Yeah, if John could, or whoever's doing it, if they could switch to exhibit 2. Thank you, John.
Yep.
So exhibit 2, again, dated March 5th, 2024. It's a WB50 tractor trailer, eastbound enter and exit template, exhibit number 2. And what that again shows is a WB50 tractor trailer that's traveling eastbound on Hawthorne Avenue, pulling past the site, reversing into the site, and again, there'd be a flagger person out there directing traffic so that that vehicle can pull in. You can see the maneuvers they have to make in order to get into the loading dock, and when they're ready to pull out, they make that maneuver to exit to continue eastbound. And again, the number of trucks will be cut in half that will be making this movement.
And in doing so, and in order for the ability, because the site has the ability to load and unload, with that, from a traffic standpoint, have any benefits as far as the impact on the residential area or the roadways?
Right. What we're doing is we're containing the operation on site. We're getting the operation off the street onto the site. So again, with the enforcement of the no parking across the street, which we need for that maneuverability, we'll be able to move all our tractor trailers on site, half as many as we're getting today, on site to offload.
And have you evaluated, I know, again, we are seeking a waiver for that driveway, which is an existing condition. Does that driveway have the capacity in order to have those vehicles unloaded? No.
Yes, and you can see the maneuvering, and you can see the dimensions on the screen right where the driveway is, that the tractor trailer is able to pull in to the site utilizing that 25-foot wide driveway. Correct.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Are there questions for the traffic engineer from the board? Questions for the traffic engineer from the board? Mr. Klein, you said these were the trucks that you did your calculation with is a 50-foot truck?
That's correct. The 50-foot wheelbase truck, it's a 42-foot trailer itself.
Did you hear Mr. Jimenez's testimony?
Yes, I think when he was describing the 53-foot long truck, he was describing the full length, the tractor and the trailer. So that's why I used the WB-50.
Are there trailers that are 53 feet, Mr. Klein?
Yes, there are. Yeah.
And in fact, his testimony, he said he has a 53-foot trailer that is using for cold storage on site. Did you hear that?
Yeah, but I measured that, and it's only 40 feet long. So that's why I'm not sure if we're mixing up things. But
Yeah. So you're not sure about that?
Right.
Would your calculations remain the same if the trailer was more than, what did you say, a 42-foot trailer?
That's correct. Well, after the maneuvering, the vehicle would have, let's say it would be, see, that's what you're saying, it's going to be 10 feet longer. So it's going to be a WB-62 then in that case. It would just be 10 feet longer. So after it makes the maneuver, it will just be, the depth from the loading dock to the front of the property is greater than that 60, I believe. So it won't stick out into the sidewalk.
But that your calculations would not remain consistent with the larger size. Is that fair to say?
When you say calculation, you're talking about the turning templates?
Your turning templates were based on the 42-foot trailer.
Correct.
So anything larger, you did not calculate. You don't have that for us.
I don't have that in front of me. That's correct.
I wonder if you, Mr. McDonough, if you could put that back up. Either one or two.
Will do, Mr. Chair. Hold on one sec.
Mr. Klein, is it fair to say that if the cars in any way aren't parked as you have them, it could interfere with the ability for the 42-foot trailer to enter the site? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah. And I note that, and this is, I think, number one, going east to west. Is that right?
Number one is going, yes, westbound. Correct.
Yeah. And I see that the driveway across the street is clear, and it looks like there's some space between the driveway and the car parked to, I think that's the west. Is that correct?
On our side of the street?
I don't know what our side is, but
Well, the applicant's side on the north side.
on the other side.
Yeah, that's where there's a driveway there.
Right. And what's that solid line? Is that curb?
Yeah, it might be. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a little curb clearance before that parked car in the driveway, right?
On exhibit 1 and on exhibit 2. Yeah, that's just the way we laid out the car.
Yeah. So if that car parked right at the driveway, that could interfere with this truck backing up. Is that fair to say?
It's possible.
Yeah. I wonder if we, Mr. McDonough, if we could look at number 2. And I probably didn't phrase that very well. I'm sorry. Yeah, it looks like it's the same here on both sides of the street. Is that fair to say? With the car parked to, I guess, my right? Looking at this, my right of our
Right is east.
driveway, as
Yeah,
you say?
Yeah, right is east, left
Yeah.
left is west.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's some curb space. If those cars backed up to right on the driveway, that could present some difficulty.
And it would present some difficulty for the vehicles coming in and out of that driveway as well.
Yeah. Thank you. You heard, well, thank you. Commissioner Monfort, Vice Chair Monfort.
Thank you. This is a question for, if you bring back Mr. Jimenez, because it ties into the traffic.
Mr. Jimenez, are you still with us? Could you turn on your camera and, Vice Chair?
Yes. Mr. Jimenez, what time are your deliveries?
They start at 6:30.
6:30 a.m. in the morning.
Correct.
Is it possible for you to operate earlier than that for deliveries or later in the evening?
Start earlier. Sorry, rephrase that.
Is it possible to request your deliveries earlier in the morning or later in the evening?
We could do them earlier in the morning, but that will cause problem.
The reason why I'm asking is because depending on the parking situation, your deliveries is about the same time most of the residents in that building who have to park on that one side of the street are home, which meant that it would kind of affect your delivery trucks having turning ability, because the only thing across the street from you, which is really a no parking zone, is the church and the church parking lot. So that's pretty much what you're what you're dealing with here. So your parking comes from side streets and the building, those cars that are parked there. So it's just something to consider as we go forward, which I may come back after hearing the planner's explanation.
No, we can make them a little later. Earlier we wouldn't be able to, but we'll do them later.
We'll come back to you with. I'll probably come back with a condition, but I want to hear the planner's testimony.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from the board for the traffic engineer? Questions for the traffic engineer? I see none. Are there questions for the traffic engineer from the public? Ms. Afalo. Just state your name for the record, please.
Janice Streller for the Follow, Pavilion Apartments. I think those questions were kind of what I had about the trucks and etc. So I forgot to just put my hand down. I'm sorry, Commissioner Font, because they were answered.
No worries.
I just am a little concerned about. I'll save that for the end.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the traffic engineer? Seeing none, council.
At this time, I'd like to call our planner, John McDonough.
Mr. McDonough? I lost you. Mr. McDonough? Mr. McDonough? I guess he thought he was going to have more time to eat that sandwich. He may be playing with his drone. I don't know. We have those drone pictures. Mr. McDonough? Is he your last witness, counsel?
Chair, he is my last witness. I am trying to call Mr. McDonough. He is my last witness.
I hope we didn't scare him away. I don't know. I don't think he's changed to an alley. There he is.
It's that kind of a night.
Yeah. Mr. McDonough, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, give us your address and your relationship to this application, please.
Sure. My name is John McDonough. I am a professional planner here in the state of New Jersey. My business address is 101 Gibraltar Drive over in Parsippany, New Jersey.
Thank you. Mr. McDonough, is your planning license in the state of New Jersey currently in full force and effect?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McDonough is well known to this board. We'll accept him as an expert in the field of planning. Counsel?
So, Mr. McDonough, you've heard testimony tonight with respect to the D1 use variances, as well as some of the ancillary bulk variances that we're discussing. Can you walk us through, give us an overview of the site from a planning perspective, and then provide the justification both from a positive and negative criteria for this application?
Sure thing. And Mr. Chair, we're going to start with a couple of exhibits here just to give you some context, some site considerations with respect to the physical characteristic. This will be a 3-part exhibit. These were generated back in March, last time we were here, but Marcia, I don't know if they actually were handed up to the board.
There
or
are not. So we can mark that as A2. If the chair, Mr. Plata, would you want them to have it? There are 3 pages. We can just have them collectively as A2 or 3-part. Your preference.
Okay, A2 consisting of 3 pages, and you'll get this into the board as soon as
Yes, we
possible.
will.
We'll hand them
Thank
up to
you.
Sylvia, yes. Okay, so the first sheet, just going to give you some context here. It's the yellow lot that you see in the center of the photograph here. It's a single tax lot, block 3028, lot number 19. It's a little bit more than 8,500 square feet, and it's been developed as this Sabio meat processing plant for over 30 years now. So the use and the end user is a familiar part of the local landscape. Suffice it to say, it's a staple in the community, serves a beneficial purpose in that it serves New Jersey restaurants, grocery stores, and the like, as you just heard through Mr. Jimenez's testimony. We're here in the South Ward. I have it down as Clinton Hill neighborhood near 78. We've got the Bartlett Dairy Industrial Complex not too far away as well, which is a dominant feature in this area. And the surrounding uses are varied. You've got the parking lot, the Baptist church. You've got that 50-unit apartment building that immediately abuts the subject site. And then you've got the smaller detached dwellings as well. So a nice, as always, a nicely commingled mix of uses in this particular area. As you've heard, the proposal is to demolish an existing single-family dwelling or existing detached dwelling that is, in my view, discordant with the other use that's on the property and which is a stable land use that's not going away per se. It's also somewhat of an orphan building in that you've got a massive 50-unit apartment building next door, no other real detached dwellings immediately adjacent. The influences here again are a parking lot and a larger building on the other side of the industrial use. The proposed cold storage facility will be about 2,200 square feet. Now, I know there's been an interactive process here, which is what the process is supposed to be, and this board has done what it's always done, is take a good plan, make it better, make it integrate better with the neighborhood, and you've worked out that reduction in the overall building mass. That warehouse that's in the back is going to remain, and you just heard through Lee's testimony as to how the delivery trucks will not only be reduced in terms of the frequency on the site, but will also be accommodated by the flow, as he just showed in those turning templates. Second and third frame, can't remember why I showed 2 here, but one is a Google view showing the existing dwelling. I know George was talking about that masonry wall in the front, and then there's a gate that slides across. That's the 7-footer that's there. And then we took basically the same view in March, just to show that you've got the court, if you will, the service court, where vehicles work their way in, the warehouse in the back, and this new component, which is going to, again, mimic or somewhat mimic the scale of the building that's immediately adjacent. We think we've landed at a spot where it integrates well. The relief that the applicant is seeking here is whenever we're dealing with a non-conforming use, we look at site betterment, whether the applicant is taking what's there, whether the change will improve the use and its integration with the neighborhood. Based on the operational efficiencies that you've heard, the lessened frequency of deliveries onto the site, and the ability of this land use to serve its purpose, which is to serve grocery stores and restaurants, this will soften or smooth out the peaks and valleys in market supply fluctuations and demand. So that's a good thing from a planning standpoint. We see this often as well whenever we're dealing with the logistics supply chain and getting product out to where it needs to get. In terms of the overall project betterments, I see 4 purposes of zoning that are advanced here, including Purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare, in that this is going to enhance an established business with a long-standing commitment to the community and provide critical and necessary storage space for it to serve its patrons and the greater consumers that it serves. This is a place of employment, so this is going to maintain a planning goal for stable, rateable base and economic development as well. Additionally, the advancement of purpose G, which is our planning goal to provide for a variety of uses in appropriate locations. Because the use is there, the improvements will provide for, as I just said, operational efficiencies. Purpose I, the promotion of a desirable visual environment, because the storage building is going to complement surrounding neighborhood, again, as part of this interactive process with the board. And I think unify the site, which now has somewhat of a discordant mix of uses on it. And I think just give better definition, organizational, and spatial arrangement on the site. Lastly, the planning goal for efficient use of land, purpose M. It's a retrofit of a longstanding developed site, a familiar use in the neighborhood, and the expansion will improve the site both visually and functionally. Those are the benefits of the application as a whole. The applicant, along with that D relief for the expansion of the non-conforming use, needs relief for the building type, which is interrelated to the above, and that commercial buildings are not permitted here in the R3 zone. Also, the relief, as I think the chair had asked Mr. Fernandez at the outset, of setback of 0.33 feet in the front, where 10 feet would be the minimum that's required. And again, there's good positive integration with the building that it immediately will abut against. There is spatial separation with the building to the right in this particular vantage point, which is further setback from the road. We need relief for side setback at 3 feet, where 5 feet would be the minimum requirement at the common property line. Again, that will meet building code compliance. It's a relatively de minimis deviation with adequate separation from the windows and the walls of that building immediately adjacent. Relief for the lot coverage, 98.8%, where 85% is the maximum allowed. Again, I think this photograph shows we're working with the land, we're working with what's already there, so there's a practical difficulty in getting down to the 85% and fulfilling the purpose of this application. And then relief for trees, again, the practical difficulty related to the existing condition of the property and complying with the requirement for contribution to the tree fund to offset that deficiency. All of that relief would tie into the negative criteria based on the witnesses before me that have addressed operations, site layout, site circulation, and that the project will flow and function better than it presently operates. The additional storage space, as we said, will lessen deliveries. It will smooth out supply and demand fluctuation and will result in better integration with the neighborhood. Based on all the above, I believe relief can be granted without substantial detriment to the area or to the zone. We'll fold in that C relief as well as subsumed within the overall D and the use relief that the applicant is asking the board to move on. In conclusion, I think the applicant has met its statutory burden. It's going to eliminate that orphan house that's sandwiched between a non-residential use and a multifamily use, neither of which is permitted in the zone and has somewhat of a negative influence on that building. And in that regard, I believe that the statutory criteria for grant of all relief are met and approval is warranted here. Stop share with that and yield to the board.
So, Mr. Mayor, I do have one question. You discussed the bulk variances. We are seeking a waiver, and I know Mr. Klein indicated the capacity of the existing driveway. Have you had a chance to evaluate that from a planning standpoint to determine whether or not we met that burden for the waiver for the existing driveway?
Again, that standard for a waiver is less than a variance. We don't have to apply the balancing. We simply just have to show that the relief is reasonable and appropriate. And I'll simply fall back on the predicate of the technical testimony that the relief is reasonable and appropriate here from a design standpoint.
I have no further questions at this time.
Other questions for the planner from the board? Questions from Mr. McDonough from the board. Mr. McDonough, I'm sorry, Mr. Hazel.
Oh, yes. Mr. McDonough, why, as far as you know, in terms of the municipal land use law, why is the expansion of non-conforming use something that is elevated or is at the level of a use variance, which requires a higher level of proof than, let's say, if it was just a design or bulk standard.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hazel. There's a distinction between an expansion of a non-conforming use and a wholly prohibited use. It's really not part of the evaluation as to whether the use belongs here in the first place. As I understand the law and my experience, the essence of the D2 test, again, is not the use itself, but whether the proposal results in site betterment. And for the functional reasons that have been given, the need for this alteration of a non-conforming use, and the visuals that Mr. Fernandez provided the board, I think that test is met.
You mentioned that the part of the test is for site betterment. Doesn't it have a greater impact on, or is the test or the measure not to see what the impact of the proposed change in the use or expansion of the use will have on the wider zone, which it is not a permitted use in?
Yes, obviously we're going to look at the integrity of the R3 zone. That always comes into play in terms of the negative criteria. I think the board can give deference to the fact that this is a land use that has been here for a very, very long time. It's a protected land use. It's a lawfully existing land use. The essence of non-conforming uses from a planning standpoint is generally we want them to go away. I think it's pretty clear cut that this land use is a longstanding part of the area, and whenever we have an opportunity to make it better, I think that's something the board can give deference to.
Yeah, but I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of like the intent is that over time they do have essentially a grandfather because of the length of time that they have existed there. So they are legally non-conforming. But the intent is also to that it go away. And I think that don't you think that the fact that it's been in this location for so long also is sort of a double-edged sword? Because if it's been in this location for so long and the zoning ordinance has never addressed it in any way to basically codify it and make it a legally permitted use in the area, don't you think that that speaks to the direct intent that this use not be permitted in this area?
Well, I know there's some case law on that as well when we're dealing with D2. I think it was either Cole or Birdbridge, one of these cases where you're dealing with an older industrial facility, and the court found in one of those cases that modernization of an industrial site was a special reason that could warrant use relief. So I think the board can give some deference to that as well, that when there's an opportunity to modernize, which, let's face it, this technology is here, it may not have been there 30 years ago, this cold storage aspect, that's an opportunity to make this longstanding industrial use better. So that's, I think, part of the balancing that the board can weigh.
And in your opinion, at what point does do the scales tip in terms of the expansion that is being proposed now is putting a significantly large building on the site? There clearly are impacts of that building. We were talking about the height. We were talking about the sound. The applicant themselves indicated that a lot of the loading and unloading is done. I think one of the pictures I actually have in my report shows the trucks parking on the street. I think one of the members of the public this here spoke to the fact that they got stuck behind a truck when it's unloading and so on. At what point do the scales tip, and the fact that this has been here for a long time basically not substantiate it being expanded? Now, we're not talking about it just continuing to operate. We're talking about it being expanded.
Totally understood. I think the tipping point is reached when it takes what's there and makes it worse. And that's where I keep coming back to this site betterment. The fact that I was falling back heavily on Mr. Klein's testimony and the operational testimony as well, that there will be less frequency of delivery trucks onto and into the site or into and out of the site, as lessening the intensity of use, a better overall operation and integration with the neighborhood. The only other thing I'll say, Mr. Hazel, is the problems that are there now would stay there now if the applicant weren't making these changes. They're there. They're already there.
Yeah, but you said that that one of the tipping factors would be if it makes the situation on the site worse. In your opinion, does it not, the intensity of the use on the site is increased, in my opinion, because more of the site is being used. It's going to be greater impervious coverage, etc. The unloading of the trucks that happen on the street, that's not changing. So we're basically reducing the level of the impact that it's having outside, right? While at the same time increasing the intensity on the site. At what point does it not make sense that, okay, this site can no longer accommodate this use and look for something that is much more accommodating, larger, and things of that sort? And does not the residents that live in the area, not just in the buildings next door, but the folks that have to basically use the streets with the trucks double parked and things of that sort, don't they have the right to basically not have to deal with some of these issues and impacts that are being brought about by a non-conforming use that is not it's not anticipated to be there in the first place?
I think, in short, the board needs to weigh all of the evidence that has been given: engineering, traffic, architecture, operations. And the simple question here is, does what the applicant is proposing make the site better or make the site worse? Does it make the establishment and the business better or worse, not only in terms of the internal operations, but its integration with the neighborhood as well? And again, I'm not the traffic guy, I'm not the site guy. I have to rely on the credibility and the reliability of that evidence that has already been put on, that the site will work and fit.
Just for my last question is, I think exactly what you said. I think that's what the board does have to weigh. And the only thing that I would emphasize probably a little differently is that I think a lot of deference needs to go to the impact that this is having on the outside world and not just the site. While improvement of the site is good business, and ultimately good business makes the site run more efficiently, but looking at the use as a whole and the impact that it's having on the surrounding area, I think that is probably more paramount.
That's the pros and the cons the board needs to weigh.
Thank you for that depth into the world of planning. It was quite interesting. Council?
So at this point, I do not have any questions. Chair, I do have, before you move this to the public in my summation, just a clarification on the condition for the fence for further consideration by my client.
For the what?
For the fence, the clarification of what you were asking the client to clarify. Perhaps we may have misunderstood it, so I just wanted further clarification so I can discuss that fence issue with the client to see if we are really amenable as a condition of approval on your proposal. Just want to clarify on the record.
No,
exactly.
I think it was pretty clear.
I believe you said you wanted no fence on the frontage of the building. Is that correct?
So what I asked was if, and Mr. Fernandez said he could do it, the new building, if there could be no fence in front of the new building, but a fence, and he said he would now bring it to 5 feet, a fence, a residential decorative fence that he would have to work out with our planner, could start at the end, so to speak, of his building, and maybe even and have that fence recede into the site.
Okay, that clarifies it. So I was able to speak
without a 7-foot, mechanized, it would just be a new fence, 5 feet, residential. But he was very clear that that would not meet his needs.
Well, I wanted to revisit. I did have a chance to speak with the client regarding that condition, and he's amenable to that being a condition of approval.
So you're accepting that as a condition of approval?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Monfort.
Thank you. Counselor, as a condition of approval, I know he said he would, but will we be willing to restrict delivery time between 6 a.m. and before the start of school traffic? And to end, delivery starts at 6 a.m. and to end somewhere between maybe 8 a.m. before the full school traffic kicks into effect.
Okay, Wilson, I believe you said yes, but I just want to make sure that I can agree to that condition.
Yes, we agree to that.
Yes, okay. Yes.
No further statements.
Thank you. Commissioner Ribeiro.
Yeah. Like to follow up on Commissioner Monson. I'm in the industry, and I'll be honest, these 6 and 8, and then after 9 a.m. or whatever it is, I that's a residential area. I don't think it's ever going to work. The truck's probably going to stop in front and wait an hour. So I don't know if there's a way of saying start at 9 in the morning or something similar, because it's probably going to cause more of a mess because it is a residential street. Don't know if we can work around that. I'm not sure how to work around that, but I'm in the industry, and I think that's going to make it worse.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Torres.
Yes, I just wanted to know, from Mr. Jimenez, how many trucks do you have that you deliver?
Our trucks, we have 5.
You have 5, and are they inside, or when you have trucks coming in to deliver for your company, where do you put your truck? Do you leave it inside or do you park it outside?
Usually they're on the road already, delivering to our customers. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further before we move to statements, council?
Nothing further. I do reserve my summation and
Sure,
after
of course.
the public.
Of course. We now have comments by the public. If you care to make a comment, please raise your hand. I'll identify you. I'll administer the oath. You'll have 3 minutes to make your statement. So, are there any members of the public that care to make a statement regarding this application? Ms. Relaford Afolo, please turn your screen on. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you hear me?
Commissioner Font, you kind of like faded out. Do you want me to say my name and everything
Do you
again?
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry. Please state your name, your address, and your statement for the record, please.
My name is Janice Relaford, Pavilion Apartments. So when I was asking about the traffic, and it has been addressed, and when I asked about the community, so Clinton Hill Community Action, we're in the in Clinton Hill section. There was the resident who lives in the particular home that when I'm looking at the diagram is on the right. This resident has been complaining to us about the trucks. And she has asked us to come and, speak on that. That's why I asked Mr. Jimenez, has there been any complaints by the residents in the community? And it has been my understanding that they are, there are complaints. The issue is I'm not against expansion of business or development, but I am extremely concerned about how this is going to affect the quality of life for those residents that are living in that particular area. And I understand Commissioner Munford concerned about trying to get a specific delivery time and etc. And to be honest with you, I don't think any time is a good time. If it's 6:30 or whatever, because those trucks do take a minute. Now we're building a bigger building, and I cannot see less trucks coming in. That's, that's more business to be increased in your business. There's no way that you don't want to, you downsize to 10 trucks. As time goes on, it is going to become a problem. And that's going to become a problem for the community. And whether we want to accept it or not, it is a problem. We can approve this on conditions, but I'm going to tell you, it is going to have a big impact on that community, and whether it is, on conditions and, we have to, kind of balance out things here in the city of Newark with development. And we have to also think about, yes, there are ordinances. Yes, there are things that we can and cannot do. But when it comes to certain things, especially with our community and the quality of life for them, I am not in favor of this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Mr. O'Tooth, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Nee Abwade, Ajogo 2, 62 Haddon Terrace, Newark, New Jersey.
Thank you.
I find this application very troublesome. I do understand the businesses need to expand. However, this is an R3 zone, and its expansion, even though the testimony that was given said that it'll decrease the number of trucks, I can't see the freezer that they have right now, the facilities that they have right now will have more traffic and more trucks than a 5-story refrigerator. Again, this is a R3. Not only is it a R3, it's one of the busiest arteries in the South Ward, Hawthorne Avenue. 27 goes up and down that block starting at about 5. And again, the people who live next door in the 50-unit apartment building, there's no parking. So they rely heavily on the bus, the New Jersey Transit. So if there's a truck or several trucks during different times of the day, it's going to be an issue. All respect to Mr. Klein and the other professionals, but the trucks are going to be an issue. What they didn't show on the diagram, even though there's a curb cut for an entry into the church parking lot, that entry is not used. So people park right there, right across from the access to the subject lot. So even though they don't show it, they haven't showed it on the drawing, people park there because that entrance is not used. It's only the one entrance closer to Osborne Terrace for Zion Hill Church. Unfortunately, again, I don't want to see any business leave the neighborhood, but again, I don't want the neighborhood to be so inconvenienced that, the business is inconveniencing the neighborhood. Once again, the owner said that he had ties to the neighborhood, but he couldn't mention anybody. I mean, there's a church across the street where there's no relationship. I mean, the church has a food pantry, but they have no relationship with a place that provides food. So, I mean, we need to be honest about things. I would not be in favor for this expansion. I think it's really troublesome. And again, all due respect to Mr. McDonough, that house was probably one of the oldest structures there before the apartment building and before maybe even the business that was there before. It's still there. They probably own it right now, but I can't be in favor of this application. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Other comments from the public? Hearing none, council.
Efficiency. I've heard testimony tonight of the impact of this expansion. And this application is for expansion to make a long-established business in this community for 30 years more efficient. We've stated on the record that the use is solely for storage facility. We're not increasing the number of employees. Our professionals, Mr. Klein has indicated, as far as we're expanded, but it's less intense from a truck movement per week standpoint. I've heard the community's testimony that they're concerned regarding the number of frequency, and the application that we presented tonight is indicated that this expansion will not only enable the business to be more efficient, but to address some of the concerns that the residents have had with having the parks. We've indicated that the testimony is that the business itself we move on site and off the street, which would address some of the concerns. And as Mr. McDonough indicated, the test is not whether or not this business belongs there in the first place. It's really whether or not we're improving the site. And the testimony we presented as far as making it more efficient, moving the vehicles off the street and onto the site, I believe is not going to be a detriment to this neighborhood, but address some of these concerns that the neighbors have had. And again, this business, if this application is not approved, those concerns don't go away. But if the application is approved, it is our position, with the conditions as stated on the record, that it would make the situation, the site, better and also more efficient and safer for the residents. And I would ask that the board grant the approval.
Thank you. We're now in discussion. May I have discussion from the board, please? Is there any discussion from the board? Commissioner Comesañez.
Yes. This is, I know Mr. Jimenez, in case you didn't know, it's an inconvenience having your trucks parked on the street, the ones that have been there for 30 years. And it will continue to be inconvenience, but you're already in the neighborhood. The attempt to make the unit look like a building, I think, was a great effort to try to blend their needs with the needs of the community. But, I was disappointed in a comment of the people that are moving to the area deserve not to be inconvenienced by them. But, they've been there 30 years. They deserve not to have to listen to people who just showed up dictate that whether or not they could stay in a neighborhood. Right? I mean, that the coin has two sides to it. So the people who held the line on Hawthorne Ave and didn't give up on the community and didn't just leave, now we're saying, all right, you can't be here anymore because you're inconveniencing someone else, when meeting after meeting, we're trying to defend the fact that residents that have been here for a long time can stay. That to me doesn't make sense. I mean, I don't see them, they're not creating a flood issue because there's no more seepage. What they're doing is kind of just taking what's already there and putting another tree on the sidewalk. And it's not much different in terms of what the usage is. And they're trying to make it blend in the community without losing what they have there. I don't think this is a detriment to the community any more than what it already is as an inconvenience. But what's there is it is what it is, right? We say that all the time. It is what it is. This is a city. This is a city that's growing. Now there are going to be more trucks on the road. There's no difference between that truck inconveniencing you and the 20 Amazon trucks parked in front of you on every street every day that you pass. The only difference is the Amazon trucks, you're waiting for your package, so it's okay. But this person has a business to run in our community. He held the line for a long time. I think with him being willing to make concessions and designing the way he did to great creativity, I don't think it's a bad application.
Thank you. Vice Chair Monfort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am currently planning my 30th class reunion, graduating high school. and this company has been around just as long. The house on the left was built 2007, which meant this business was there when this house was built from the ground up in 2007. So anyone who moved there knew what they was moving, knew where they was building. If they were a home builder, and lived there, or if they was a renter, they knew that this company was there. I've traveled Hawthorne Avenue all times of day, all times of night. Their trucks do not affect the flow of traffic more than sometimes New Jersey Transit bus does when it's backed up and holding up traffic. I have never seen a delivery truck from this company hold up or cause problems in traffic. And I have traveled all times of night, all times of morning, up and down Hawthorne Avenue. I've never ever seen it, but I've seen the bus hold up traffic. I've seen the trucks from Bartlett down the street that service Starbucks hold up traffic for individuals traveling up Hawthorne more than I've seen the delivery trucks that you barely know when they come to this company. 99% of the neighbors in the South Ward don't even know that they're stuck in that little hole unless you stop there and look. 99% of the residents of this ward, probably 99% of the residents of the city, don't even know that this company is located right here in the South Ward. I'm willing to bet, and this is not a negative, I don't think this application, this improvement is a negative impact on the neighborhood. When you take someone who is constantly having deliveries because they don't have the space to stock up for their deliveries to other places, you're going to have more deliveries. But when you create something where you can store more, it gives you the ability to cut down on the delivery trucks that have to come in. I can store 10,000 tons instead of storing 2,000 tons now, which meant my delivery trucks can get out and I don't have to have another delivery until Thursday instead of having one on Monday, then having another one on Tuesday, then another one on Wednesday, because I can't store the tonnage of meats that I have to store because I can't keep them fresh enough to get out. I hear and understand, yes, that building has been there. And I have been to community meetings. I've never heard anyone come up and say that that is a problem, having that company there. It's causing problems with my parking. It's causing problems with my issue. The church haven't come and said it's causing problems. The church have funerals. The church have choir rehearsal. The church have Bible study. The church have prayer meetings. The church have choir rehearsal. They have all kinds of community meetings at the church. And Pastor Williams has never come and said that this company across the street is an issue for Zion Hill. And before Pastor Williams came, it didn't happen. And when I went to preschool there, it didn't happen. So to say to a company that they can't improve because they want to stay in Newark, we're going to force a company out because we don't want to see them increase their ability to serve a population. And they do serve supermarkets here in Newark. If you drive around every now and then, you will see that truck, that box truck, delivering to stores here in the city of Newark. So I'm highly in favor of this application because I think it keeps a long-time business here. It also reduces any issues that are going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Riviero.
Overall, I'm in favor of this application. There's a lot of pre-existing conditions that they're really not changing much. If anything, they're making it better. Right, adding lowering the fence, adding a tree, a new building, so to speak. I'm just a little iffy about the height of the building, the new structure they're adding. That's the only thing that I'm a little bit on the fence here. But overall, they did agree to lower a little bit. I want the business to stay in Newark. And I hope you hire more people if it does happen, if we do approve this. Yeah, although that's the son of the owner, let's say unlikely to do so. But I hope business gets better for you to do that. And in order for that to happen, this structure needs to go up, right? I guess I'll wait for us to submit the votes, and I'll make a better decision then.
Thank you.
Can. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Guerrero. Any further comments from the board? Further comments from the board? Commissioner Hardesty.
I agree with Vice Chair Mumford. You know, the problems that we speak about, I mean, this is not making those problems worse. I see it as an improvement, and you know, and like I said, he's been there, so he's there. So to me, he's also entitled to improve his operation. So I don't know whether the mindset is if we don't approve it, then they would now up and move somewhere else, which now, you know, now we're back to a vacant, you know, a vacant property, which is not what we want. But I thanked him for agreeing to the conditions that the board has set in front of them, such as the fence and the different coming down on the height, agreeing to delivery times to try to be a better neighbor. And I just want to say to the applicant going forward, you know, maybe be a little bit more involved in the neighborhood or community to see what else you can do further to be a good neighbor on that block in the South Ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board? Further comments from the board? If none, may I have a motion, please?
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair Montford.
I make a motion that application ZBA 23-74, 287-291 Hawthorne Avenue be approved with all conditions stated on the record.
We have a motion for approval with conditions from Vice Chair Montford. May I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Comesañas. Call the roll, please.
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Jones.
You're muted.
Yes.
Member Rivero.
Yes.
Member Torres.
Yes.
Member Hardesty.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
No. Council, I'm going to ask if you would consider to accept conditional preliminary and conditional final approval to your site plan. Those conditions would be that you satisfy to the board planner and staff that you've met all the conditions that your applicant has met all the conditions that you've agreed to here today. Is that acceptable to you, Council?
That is acceptable.
May I have a motion for site plan?
Move it.
Move Commissioner Comesañas.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Torres. Call the roll, please.
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Rivero.
Yes.
Member Torres.
Yes.
Member Hardesty.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
No, congratulations. Your application and conditional preliminary and conditional final site plan have been approved.
And thank you so much. And thank you to the board and to the community for coming out. We'll make that connection in New York.
Thank you. Let's call the next case, please.
The time is now 9:07 p.m. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-21-72, located at 58-60 Bruin Street, Block 194, Lot 36 in the East Ward. The applicant is Juan Martinez and Leopoldo Dominguez for 58 Bruin Realty LLC. In the MX3 zone, the applicant proposes to demolish existing 3-story structure and construct 11-story, 23-unit building with 2 off-street parking spaces. Applicant is seeking a D5 variance for insufficient lot area per dwelling unit. C variances for insufficient lot size, insufficient lot width, insufficient side yard setbacks times 2, insufficient rear yard setback, exceeding maximum lot coverage by building, exceeding maximum impervious lot coverage, insufficient building facade transparency times 2, insufficient on-site trees and insufficient shade trees. Site plan approval is required. This application was adjourned on March 24th, 2022, August 18, December 8th, April 13, 2023, and September 7th, 2023, and March 28, 2024 to this date.
And I have to apologize. I misplaced my findings of fact. I had them and I don't know what I did with them. Ms. Mejia, can you help me out?
Yes. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of facts with respect to 58-60 Bruin Street, which is generally bounded by Lafayette and Hamilton Streets. The lot area is approximately 3,431 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of townhouses, low-rise multifamily dwellings, and commercial properties.
Council, is your whole team in?
I do not see, I see Brian Grant is an attendee. Can you,
Let's bring
Sylvia,
in
can you
Mr.
bring in him?
Grant.
Yes.
And also, Mr. Dominguez, I don't know if he raises his hand, if he wants to be, he's part of my team, but I don't know if he wants to.
Leo Dominguez?
That's correct.
Council says he has to come in, he has to come in. Are there any objectors to this application? If so, please raise your hand. Objectors to this application? You can raise your hand by putting the cursor at the bottom of the screen and clicking on the raised hand feature. If you're on the phone, you could do so by pressing *9. I'd ask you to do so now. Mr. Dominguez declined to come on, Council.
That is fine. Thank you.
I guess your power only goes so far. I see no raised hands regarding objectors. Council.
And for the record, good evening. 58 Bruin Realty, Marsha Moore from the law firm of Post Pollock on behalf of the application. As Madam Secretary has indicated, we are proposing to construct a new 9-story multifamily residential building with approximately 23 units. The property is identified as Block 194, Lot 26, and known as 5860 Bruin. As mentioned, this is properties in the MX3 where high multifamily dwellings are allowed up to 10 stories, 120 feet. So tonight we are seeking relief with respect to density, but not height, as we meet the permitted height under the land use law. We are also seeking preliminary and final site plan approval, as well as certain C variances and waivers that we will be discussing tonight. We do not need a parking variance as the property is within 1,200 feet of Penn Station. So therefore, we are proposing a few spaces as will be testified tonight, but we do not require to provide any parking spaces. Just some housekeeping before I start. I am in receipt of a memorandum from the issuing group. I believe the last memorandum was revised as of March 18th, 2024. I'm also, and we will be discussing some of the conditions of the approval. I'm also in receipt of a memorandum from Department of Engineering dated March 18, 2024. We can agree to comply. However, our civil engineer will be discussing some waivers and some provisions that we do not believe are applicable. But overall, we can agree to comply with those conditions of approval. And last but not least, I'm in receipt of 2 water and sewer reports. I've not received, just for the record, let me just clarify what I received. I received a memorandum from Department of Water and Sewer dated March 24th, 2022. I'm also in receipt of a revised report dated September 5th, 2023. However, I'm not in receipt of a memorandum since 2023. Just wanted to clarify that. Notwithstanding, I'm sorry?
Let's find out about that right now before you can move forward. Mr. Jamali, if you're here, can you turn your video on and unmute yourself?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you advise us of what the most recent memo from your office is? And could you just state your name and title for the record?
Yes, Abdullah Jamali, Principal Engineer for the Department of Water and Sewer. I believe this memo might not have been updated considering the age of the project. It was adjourned several times over the years. Most of the comments that were provided back then are still relevant today. But I will confirm to see if anything else was ever updated since then.
So, Ms. Moore, do you have any problem with agreeing to all the conditions set forth in the two memos you have, as well as any other conditions that may be imposed by the Department of Water and Sewer? Of course, if you feel that any are inappropriate, you'll have the right to come back to this board. Is that
Yes.
agreeable to you?
The conditions set forth and the applicant will be willing to meet with the Department of Engineering to addressing the conditions or concerns in any future report that we
And-
receive.
Right, and you'll comply with those or come back to the board? You agree to that?
Yes, to
Thank you.
the extent that we can. Okay.
To the extent that you can what? Come back to the board?
No, the conditions, we don't know what those, I can agree to the conditions in this report, and then to the extent we receive it, if we do not agree, then we can come back to the board. That is
Thank you.
correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think that's the answer.
Thank you. Council.
Um,
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Comisarios, you had
So
something?
before we begin, on the agenda, it says 11 stories. On the planner's revised report, says 9 stories. And on the drawing, it looks like 10 stories when you include the rooftop. Can we just get clarification on how many stories we're looking at?
our application and present is a 9-story, 23-unit building.
Thank you.
Is that 9 residential stories and a rooftop?
There is a roof, I'll have our architect discuss, but
good.
our calculation is 9-story, and I believe that is the planner's report indicating that it was 9 stories as of 2024. And just for clarification, those are based on the revised drawings that we submitted to the board this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council.
So this time I'd like to bring my first witness, our engineer, civil engineer, Brian Grant. I don't see him on the, oh, there he is. Brian Grant.
Mr. Grant, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, your address, and relationship to this application, please.
Brian Grant, principal with Grant Engineering and Construction Group, 211 Warren Street, Newark. We are the site civil engineers for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Grant, is your engineering license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
Yes.
Mr. Grant's well known to this board. Will accept him as an expert in the field of engineering. Counsel?
So, Mr. Grant, you're familiar with the project, correct?
Yes, I am.
If you could just walk the board through the site and then discuss from a civil engineer perspective this proposed application.
Yes, I will. So we have the site that's 3,431 square feet in lot area. The site, it's an existing 3-story brick building which encompasses two residential units. What we're proposing is to replace that with what the architect has as a 10-story building. I know there was one of the commissioners asked whether or not it was 10 stories. We have 9 stories on our plan, but unfortunately, when you look at the architectural plan, they do show 10 stories with a rooftop that's fitted out. So apologies for the confusion. In essence, what we're doing is we're demolishing the entire site, removing all the overhead wires, capping all the services that come to the site, and building the proposed project. So what you have on the screen here, which is part of the site plan that we submitted, drawing C100, is showing you that the entire site is being demolished. And what we're replacing that with is the proposed 10-story building with 23 units. We are proposing to, from the civil standpoint, all new concrete sidewalks. We're adding 2 street trees where 2 are required, and we're supplementing that street tree count with an on-site shade tree. We only have space for 1, 3 are required. So part of our application is we're asking for a variance for providing for a shortfall of 2 on-site trees, and we will agree to paying to the city's shade tree fund. So that particular on-site tree is a 20 foot high Persian spire tree that will be in the backyard. It's surrounded by a 5 foot high board on board fence, and that's essentially the site, the portion of the entire property which isn't covered by building. So we have roughly a 200 square foot, I'm sorry, 120 square foot rear yard, and we're proposing 1 on-site tree within that rear yard. The rest of the property is covered by the building, and what you see in front of you, it's with respect to the civil engineering component. Is the ground floor of the building. We have a maintenance garage which accommodates 3 cars, again coming and going, dropping off or moving in and out of the house, in and out of the apartment complex. We have a trash compactor on the first floor. Within the basement, we also have a stormwater vault and some amenity space in the basement, which the architect will go more in depth with respect to what the basement amenities are. But from a civil standpoint, we're showing the stormwater system housed within a concrete vault within the basement. With respect to the utilities that will...
I'm sorry, Brian, before you stop, I just wanted to clarify. Can we pause for a second? Because we have a 9-story building. I know you've indicated it's 10 stories, and our architect will be discussing this, but
Okay,
can you just, I know it's the lateness of the hour, but I just want to make sure that, thank you. Can you just...
Yeah, I apologize, Marcia.
Thank you.
Okay. And
So hold up. I apologized. I don't think sufficiently changes your testimony. You testified it was a 9-story building with a rooftop that makes it 10 stories. Are you changing your testimony? If so, you got to go back and do that. More than just I apologize.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is a 9-story building with a rooftop. The architect will provide that clarification. I was looking at the architectural elevation, which did show a 10th floor. So again, my apologies for that misunderstanding.
Okay, so 9 stories of residential units with a rooftop. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir. And the architect will clarify that.
So does the rooftop mean that we count that as 10 stories, Mr. Grant? Is that what your testimony is?
No, what I said was that the rooftop does have amenity space, so I am not counting the rooftop as a 10-story.
Okay.
Apologies for the confusion again.
Okay, thank you.
So from a utility standpoint on Bruin Street, we're connecting the proposed stormwater detention system to the existing 20-inch by 30-inch combined sewer. We also are showing, as of now, the final design will be completed by the mechanical engineer. We're showing a 4-inch water line and a 4-inch fire service, as well as a 6-inch sanitary service, and proposing underground electric to feed the proposed building. So the site itself is pretty simple from a site standpoint. As Ms. Moore stated, we will comply with the board engineer's letter dated March 18th, 2024. We are asking for a waiver on the driveway width. We are proposing a 24-foot driveway, whereas 20 feet is the city maximum. That's engineering condition 7, Roman numeral 1. And as I stated, we do have a three-door maintenance garage. The 24 feet is required to service that 3 doors that will be used for moving, deliveries, trash pickup, and so on. with the every other condition we can comply with in terms of revising the plans. We already comply with some of them. However, we will provide additional clarification to the board engineer. The planner's report that was dated also March 18th. The planner does, with respect to engineering, does provide some recommendations that we can comply with. One is adding an audio and visual alarm at the garage doors. We can comply with that. And then, you know, the planner does speak with compliance with the Department of Engineering request, which I've stated that we can comply with, and also that we're requesting a waiver, a design waiver for the driveway width. Second, I'm just moving to the water and sewer. We have no objections to any of the stated conditions, comments outlined in the water and sewer report. The water department does have a comment which I highlighted, Roman numeral 7 of their report dated September 5th, 2023, that speaks with making necessary infrastructure improvements. And that's what Ms. Moore alluded to with respect that if there's any condition, any part of that statement in terms of quote unquote necessary infrastructure improvements that we cannot comply with, we will return to the board. But every other stated condition, we have no problems complying with, and that statement pertains to the other report that's dated March 24th, 2002. All those comments that have been stated, we can comply with. That concludes my testimony this morning.
Counsel?
I have nothing further of Mr. Grant at this point.
Are there questions for Mr. Grant from the board? Questions for the engineer from the board? Are there questions? I see none. Are there questions from the public for the engineer? Do members of the public have questions for the engineer? I see none. Counsel?
At this time, I'd like to bring our architect, Joaquin Bosas.
Mr. Bosas, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, give us your address in relationship to this application.
Sure. Joaquin Bozas, Bouzas. Address 632 Pompton Avenue, Cedar Grove, New Jersey. I'm a principal at Ingles Architecture and Engineering and architect of record for the project.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Bozas. Haven't seen you in a while.
Yes.
Mr. Bozas, is your
license is current and in good standing.
Is your architectural license? Yeah, good. We used to know Mr. Bozas a lot better. I haven't seen him in a while.
Took some time off, you know.
We'll accept Mr. Bozas as an expert in the field of architecture.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Bosas, you can share your screen. You're familiar with the plan, correct?
I am, yes.
All right. And you can walk us through from an architectural standpoint. I guess the most pressing question, if we could start with just confirming the relief as far as the height of the building, the number of stories that we're seeking, and then you can walk the board through your architectural plan.
Sure. So we are proposing 9 stories, ground floor, 8 stories above that, and then we have rooftop space for residents. It's not even any amenity spaces. It's just an outdoor space with no enclosures. So we'll go back to the beginning on the ground floors. Let me know if anybody has any questions or needs me to zoom into anything. But on the ground floor, we have a large lobby as you come into the building. We have an office for management, mail room, package room, set of stairs that brings you to all the floors, 2 elevators, large trash compactor room that brings the trash out through this area to the right here, and then out through a separate hallway, which also acts as the second means of egress for the building. We have a maintenance garage Parking, it's 3 spaces. It's for the owner's vehicles as well as any repair vehicles that come to the building, elevator, plumber, electrician. They have a place to park and make any repairs. On the ground floor, we also have a unit. It's a 1-bedroom, 600 square foot, 10.3 by 10.7 bedroom, a large ADA accessible bathroom, and then kitchen and open living and dining. And then from this area here, you go out to a small outdoor space on this ground level. We have a full basement that we're proposing. In this basement, we have a large bicycle room. Residents can come in through this side entrance, come down the stair, and bring their bikes into this room, or they could even take the elevators if they choose so. We have a stormwater vault. We have a large laundry room with commercial washer and dryers. Utility rooms as needed. We have a large recreation space down on this level, and a gym with a half bath. A small kitchenette also for the residents.
Mr. Moses, could you just explain, I'm not familiar with those stormwater vaults.
So on these sites where we can't collect the stormwater like in a detention system, like underground, because it would compromise our foundations, you kind of have to calculate the area of water that the roof would retain, and we essentially end up putting it in a pool, if you will, like a stormwater vault. It's made out of concrete, the bottom, the sides, the top, and so it's just a solid chamber that contains the water, and then it has an outflow pipe that when it fills, it releases the water into the stormwater. It also allows the building to not overburden the existing infrastructure of the city, also dumping all that stormwater into the system. So it slowly sends the water out from the building into the city's stormwater system.
And what happens when this overflows?
It'll overflow into the city's stormwater pipe in the street.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Typical floor, second to 8th floor. So we have 3 units per floor. It's a small footprint of a building, but we managed to fit some nice size units. This is a 2-bedroom, and you come in through this hallway here. This is 784 square feet. You come in, you have a kitchen, you have a large dining area in the middle, living that's kind of contained here that we have here, but it's 12 by 14.7, the living space, 10 by 10 bedroom, ADA bathroom off the hallway, and then a primary bedroom here that's 10 by 14.3 with a private bathroom, a walk-in closet. And you may not see it here, but one thing that we will provide and update if this project is approved, we would be proposing stackable washer dryers in these units. In beginning, when we started designing this building, the owner thought that it made more sense to provide the residents with a large washer dryer with commercial washers and dryers that would wash clothes faster and more efficiently, but I think we all know that in market rate units, everybody would prefer a stackable washer dryer. And so we've looked at the layouts and we'll be fitting that in the layouts.
Commissioner Riviero, excuse me, Mr. Bozos.
Well, to make it quick, so you will be putting dryer and washer in every unit, and would you guys remove the laundry room downstairs, or would it?
We would still keep the laundry room because there's some larger items that residents can wash, like comforters and that sort of thing. That I think the commercial washers and dryers are still, they're a benefit to the building.
Thank you.
So, council, as a condition of approval, your applicant agrees to put washer dryers in each and every unit?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Moses?
The second unit is a 2-bedroom, 745 square foot, similar layouts, primary bedroom, 1 by almost 12 foot, private bathroom, closet, living, dining space here, large kitchen, bathroom, another bedroom. And then the unit here in the short leg of the site is a 1-bedroom, 546 square foot. We have a 10.3 by 10'7" bedroom with a nice sized closet. Again, another large size bathroom, and then kitchen and living and dining room all open. We have large windows in these rooms. This is an 8-foot wide window in the back here. For the bedroom, we carved out a corner of this site and put a 3-foot wide window there. Plenty of light and ventilation there. And then you can see we also put some pretty large size windows here. I know one of the comments was the amount of glass on the facade required is 40%. We currently have 30%, but in looking at this, we can tweak and add a little bit more glass and get to about 36%. So we're
and once again, council, you agree to make those. Your applicant agrees to make those changes as a condition of approval.
That is correct. Well, okay, I don't know if you want to talk about the transparency because we are seeking some relief, and while we can get closer, we are seeking some relief respect to different frontage. Do you want to talk about that now, or we'll show that on the facade, on the rendering?
I'll elaborate on the facade, but that's exactly what I was referring to, going to 36% on the front facade. But then I'll talk about the other facades because we still need relief on those.
All right, so 36 on the front facade. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I mean, I guess while we're on the plan here, and the outline is showing this darker line with the 2 dots in it, that's actually the property line. So you see that this building really embraces the property. And so this building is on the property line on the right, it's on the property line on the left, and property line on the rear. So clearly that's where we're really deficient on our transparency, because by code we can't have any openings onto on the property lines. That would be a fire hazard.
I really appreciate the way you put that. The building embraces the property. Very good.
Well, it can't hold it any tighter. So we went through that. So that was the 2nd through 8th floor. On the 9th floor, this is the owner's unit. He has the whole top floor. It's 3-bedroom. It's you come in through this corridor here. It's 2,092 square feet. You come into this large dining room, kitchen, pantry with built-in cabinets. There's a living room here in the front with a balcony off of it, an office, 3 bedrooms here all in a row. We have a half bathroom, a full bathroom, laundry room, and then another full bathroom off of the primary bedroom with a large walk-in closet. And then these stairs bring you up to the roof, and I'll show you that in a second. I did want to note that on every floor, we have a trash room where you would put your trash in, and it would go down to that trash compactor room that I noted on the ground floor. So we get up to the rooftop. This is the top of the 9th floor. And those stairs coming up from the owner's unit. He has a private terrace here and a storage room for outdoor furniture, and another private terrace in the rear here. And then the elevators come up to this, to the lobby, the stair lobby, as well as both stairs. And then this, I don't know why it didn't print when we sent in the drawings, but this was an amenity space for the residents, just a rooftop with seating and landscaping all around it. And I have an exhibit. Oh, actually, you know what? I should just send it. Show it now. You see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll have that marked as A1.
Mm-hmm.
Did you submit this to the board, Mr.
No,
Lundey?
this will be submitted as an exhibit.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so here we are.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, we're outlining that area in question. The residents would come up through the elevator or the stair, and this is an inspiration image showing the landscaping, the outdoor seating, and it would be designed to this type of language. Coming back to the architecturals. We'll zoom into the ground floor here. We have the main entrance. We have a metal canopy over that main entrance. We have some lights. We didn't show signage here, but signage, it wouldn't be anything more than, you know, a very tasteful sized sign with just the number of the building, or like the building name, and then maybe some numbers of the building on the canopy. So nothing that would require any design waiver or anything like that. We have the two garage entrances. This is the 8-foot door. This is the 16-foot door. That stair that comes out of that hallway for trash and emergency egress. And you can see mostly the facade is made up of these brick columns that would be architecturally detailed. You could see these lines here with those shadow lines. That would be some brick being pushed in and out, giving those columns some heft. And then in between those, large window openings with the PTAC units kind of built in place with metal panels. And so it would be like one solid ribbon of metal and glass in between these brick piers. And then once you get above this 8th floor, the 9th floor essentially would be an all glass top with surrounded with aluminum detailing, metal cornice, and I'll show you the rendering in a second. But this would be like a beigey brick and a bronze colored metal and window with a cast stone in a beige color. Here you could see the side yard. This would be just all block stucco concrete infill with no openings since it's on the property line. And the same for the other side yards. This is just scored cement stucco just for expansion joints, so there's no cracking on the concrete. And I think that was it on that. And I'll go to the rendering. And here you could see the rendering, those brick piers that come up with that bronze color window and P-tack and metal, making those ribbons down the facade, that bronze colored cornice with the canopy over the main entrance. We just took this picture a few weeks ago, and you can see the building. They're doing a 14-story building right next door, right on the property line. So that would be the neighbor. And then you could see the detailed cornice here at that 9th floor, kind of lightening up the building facade with the balcony and the landscaping all around it.
And if we just have that marked as A2, which a copy will be provided to the board secretary.
That is essentially my testimony. Any questions?
We are seeking some variances that our planner will be discussing with respect to the transparency and the density. So I have no further questions as far as the architectural standpoint.
Mr. Trafficante. Trafficante, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and your title for the record.
My name is Charles Trafficante. I am a principal engineer and a professional engineer. Employment with the City of Newark, Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the State Board.
Thank you.
Mr. Bozos, one quick question. On your elevations and your exhibits, you show a canopy and a balcony, at least two, that project off the front of the building. Are those in the public right-of-way?
Yes, Mr. Trafficante.
Have you gotten approvals from anyone to project in the public right-of-way to approach?
No, but we will when the time comes if we are approved tonight.
All right, so if it's a given, all right, right, you're assuming you can get one, otherwise you're going to have to remove those.
Of course, understood.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for the architect? Council, I just want to confirm that on behalf of your applicant, you stated that you're going to did you state you're complying with all the conditions in the planner's report?
Just for clarity, I referenced the planner's report. I can tell you one of the comments was the decrease in the density. We are proposing 9 stories, 23. So at this time, we're not decreasing. But respect to the other, we have agreed. So that will be items 3, 4, 5, and 6. Actually, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And then
I believe there's been testimony respect to those conditions.
It's not in there. No, it is in there. Okay, 6. Yes. Thank you. Are there any other questions for the architect? Mr. Moses, thanks for a different design than is currently being built everywhere. It's an interesting design. It's different, so that's nice.
Thank you.
Let me tell you what my concern is, though. My understanding from our planner's report is that this building, the lot size required for this building is 10,000 square feet, and you have like a third of that. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's certainly true.
Right. So the intensity of the site is and because of that, you're building to the property lines.
That's correct. Yes.
Yes. Those things always come back to haunt us when adjacent property owners come back. Can you talk about each of the property lines, your adjacent, the neighbors adjacent to those? And if you could show us those, that would be helpful. If you have it.
In terms of like what's existing right there?
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
I'm sure Mr. McDonough will have aerial views and, all sorts of satellite pictures and, I don't want to take away his parade. I don't want to take away from his parade. If you have it, Mr. Bose, if not,
So currently, this is the property, and it's not shown here because this is a little older, but as I noted, there's a 14-story building being built right next door. I think it's a little over 100 units. And then there's one more property next door, and that's the so there's one more property facing Lafayette, which would be this 3-story, 3.5. So we would be right up to this beige wall here.
right. Okay. And this intensive use of the site, is that what prohibits you from dealing with stormwater outside of the building?
Well, it would almost be impossible to provide what's required in terms of stormwater and actually build something of any size on this property. I think the it's a very unique sized and shaped property, and we did our best to fit what we could in the building, and that's why I took my time to walk you through each unit to show you that even though we are asking for a density variance, and it may seem that we're squeezing 3 units into each floor. Mind you, we were asked to fit 4, but we were meeting the requirements for the room sizes, and there's ADA is met, plenty of light and ventilation to these units, so they're certainly very livable units. So I stand by the design. Am I squeezing too much onto the property? I don't know, maybe that's why they came to me, but I made it look as as beautiful as possible and as livable as possible.
Yeah, and I'm not criticizing what you've done here. It's as I said, it's a nice looking, unique kind of building. I am concerned about what's squeezed in there. According to our planners reports, there's 100 the requirement, and I think it's a reduced requirement under our new zoning law. Is that correct?
Can I answer that?
Yeah, of course.
Or do I have to swear you in?
No, Mr. Boses.
I'm sorry, Marcia, did you want to answer that, or did you want me to answer that?
She'd love to answer, but I'm asking you, Mr. Bose, if you know.
Okay, so what was the question again? I'm sorry.
The question is the current lot area per family, is the current requirement a reduced requirement from the former zoning ordinance? If you know.
Yes, it is. Yes.
What did it used to be? Do you know? I forget. So
I thought it was,
get old.
Yeah, I don't want to take a guess. No, I don't know. I don't remember.
But according to our plan, it's 200 square feet right now.
That's right.
And
yeah.
you have 149.
Yeah, 75%.
That's embracing that number. Thank you. So I guess I'm concerned about how much we're packing onto this undersized lot. And council, I wonder, our planner says 17 units would be permitted here. I wonder if the applicant would consider reducing the apartment count to 17 units. And that's not a question for you, Mr. Boses. That's a question to council, to the applicant through council. Vice Chair Monfort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we go back to this? I think it's called the stormwater vault.
Yes.
Can you just go over what that's built with again?
It's all solid concrete.
And it's going to be just the concrete is going to be holding the water.
That's right. Yeah, we've done these before in many buildings in Newark. This is not the first time we're proposing something like this.
Must have been buildings that didn't come before this board. Must have went before planning.
No, I came before your board with a stormwater vault.
The question is at some point, water will begin to. How will water not seep through this concrete? How thick is this concrete?
Well, it's like 6 inches, 6 to 8 inch walls, but they're lined with. It's almost like creating a pool. It's you know, and the whole point is to not allow this water to infiltrate into the ground and undermine the foundation system of the building. So it's all wrapped. It's contained. The water will not leak out of this. I mean, that would be bad if it did. So
there's no container outside. There's no lining, no aluminum lining, no metal lining outside of that concrete area. It's just all thick concrete.
It's thin concrete with a lining on the inside where the water would go. Again, almost like a liner, like a pool liner.
Plastic?
No, it's a special fluid applied membrane, like rubberized. Obviously we're going to the next level of pool liners. So very thick, 30 mils, and so water will not leak out. That actual roll-on material will actually permeate into the concrete and bond into it.
See, Mr. Mills, we could have been off this a minute ago if you'd have just said that type of lining was in there, because
it takes me a while to get to something sometimes.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions for the? Thanks for asking those questions, because I've never seen one of these either. I think it's interesting and scary. Pools crack and leak all the time, so good luck. Any other questions for Mr. Moses? Are there questions from the community for the architect? Council?
So my next witness will be our planner, John McDonough.
And I have a question out there to you, Council. Don't forget
Yes,
me.
you do.
Mr. McDonough, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, your address, and your relationship to this application, please.
Sure. My name is John McDonough. My address is 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey, and I'm the project planner.
Council. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. McDonough, is your planning license in full force and effect?
It is, Mr. Chair.
Mr. McDonough is well known to this board. We'll accept him as an expert in the field of planning. Council?
So, Mr. McDonough, you've heard our testimony by Mr. Moses, Mr. Grant, respect to the proposed 9-story, 23-unit. We've indicated that we are seeking a D5 density variance as well as the other C variances that we will be discussing. Can you just give us a summary and state the proofs that are required in order for us, the applicant, to meet the statutory relief that we're seeking tonight?
Sure thing, and we'll start as we usually do with a little neighborhood context here. So those photographs that the chair referred to a little while ago are coming at you. There are, I think, three exhibits here. We're going to start with a little aerial context. And Marsha, I'll get this to Sylvia as part of the record. I don't know.
So this would be A3 consisting of 3 pages.
Okay. A3, 3 pages. We're going to start with an air view. It is a little a little bit dated. The familiar 55 Union redevelopment, just a couple of lots away from the subject, which came as a result of this MX3 zoning. That's the former parking lot over there that has now risen up to be that multi-story building and is actually complete and I believe occupied. The subject site is this irregular shaped piece of property. And interestingly, I know we have some deficient some lot area here around 3,000 square feet and change. But we do have good frontage here. It's an irregular shaped piece of property. We know the property underneath it, as Joaquim had said, is under redevelopment with an even taller building and approximately 100 units. The subject lot has a lot width of about 68 feet, where that lot next to us has about 99 feet. So we're a smaller building, fewer units, and less street frontage, but good street frontage, and I think good proportionality here in terms of what one would see in the public realm. The reason that we lack the full lot area is that pinch point that starts to pinch in the back. But in terms of the street presence, I think our architect here has done a good job of blending what's proposed under construction to the left of the site, transitioning to what's to the right of the site. This photograph, sheet number 2, is what we saw when we were here back in August of 2022, which is, I believe, when this application started. You can see, similar to the prior view, 55 Union is starting to rise up from the ground. And then the adjacent lot over 56 Bruin is a vacant lot that is now under construction for, I think Joaquim said 14 stories, and we're looking at 9 stories here. This is what we saw when we went out there today. This is the subject site on the right, and clearly in its current condition, it is dwarfed by the building that's immediately adjacent. You get a sense of the scale from the street presence of how this building would look if it were to rise up 9 stories adjacent to this, I'm going to say 14-story building. This building is not yet done, not yet finished, but you get a good sense of the mass and scale, and I think there's a good practicality to this application from a physical planning standpoint, that this will be an excellent blend of the area that's around it, bearing in mind you've got a 3 or 4-story building off to the right there, so this becomes a nice step down in terms of filling that void. And we always look at planning from a physical planning standpoint. We start with the mass, how it aligns with what's around it. This is an infill development. We think the massing is appropriate here, given the fact that it is an infill site that is going to be adjacent to some large mass. If I can zoom in here and help the board a little, you can see that there are buildings immediately adjacent, lower profile buildings. On the one side, we're looking at like a parking garage or detached garage, some parking areas, few buildings that actually butt up against the subject site itself. So there is some built-in light and air under the current condition in terms of the impact on that adjacent land use. It's a tricky site. We're working with an irregular shape, and to start to pull setbacks into this really constrains the livability. I think Joaquim has done a good job in terms of taking an irregular shaped piece of property, working in reasonably sized, comfortable units that will meet current marking demand, and to inch this site with setbacks starts to constrain the livability of it, in my view. Again, we always come back to the massing first, good compatibility with what's there. Then we talk about what we fill it in, and based on the unit sizes that our applicant is proposing here, we think the relief is reasonable and appropriate. So in terms of the justification for the main relief here, again, we're not asking for any height relief. We're not asking for any of I'll say the overall bulk and mass in terms of how the building rises up from the ground. We do need setback. We do need coverage. We're filling the whole space of the lot. But the density relief, 23 units, where 17 would be the maximum allowed. I know your IZO kicks in at 15 units. We're looking here at the planning benefit of the more units, if they fit appropriately, do provide a higher component of affordable as well under the IZO kicking in. So I think there's some effective balance there in terms of the overall massing that the the board can consider as well. In terms of the project positives, the added density here provides a critical mass to create an overall community in this building, I'll say. 6 units above that which would be allowed in terms of what would be a C variance and not triggering that D relief. Promoting the general welfare with new housing stock. That's purpose A. Purpose I, positive aesthetic. Purpose M, efficient land use. You do get a nice economy of scale here in this amenitized building. And then purpose G for that variety of uses and that diversified unit mix inside the building. Folding into that, the density and the overall lot coverage we think are justifiable and can be granted without any substantially adverse impacts to the neighborhood. Again, given this very distinct shape of this challenging piece of property, the massing looks appropriate in the context of the streetscape, and what starts to happen in the back fades in terms of its impact on the neighborhood because of that very slender flag that stems off the back. With that said, I think the applicant has met its burden here. It's a beautiful building. Joaquim has delivered another one of his unique buildings here in the city, and I think it will contribute positively to the area and complement that which is immediately adjacent and continue the positive trend and transformation of the area here to repurpose some of these underutilized and vacant lots and create the beauty that you see in the screen before you. With that, I would offer, I believe the statutory criteria is met. I believe approval is warranted, but I'll yield to the board with counsel for cross or redirect.
Counsel, further questions?
I do, Mr. McDonough. We talk about the statutory criteria with respect to density and under the Grubbs test. Would you say that the statutory criteria for a D5 variance is a relaxed standard and not a heightened standard? Can you discuss that a little bit more?
Sure, it's a D variance, but it's not a use variance per se. Some people may refer to that, but it's really a bulk variance. It deals with the mass and the scale, the intensity, or I'll say the intensity of use, not the actual use itself. The multifamily use is permitted here in the zone. It's whether there's adequate carrying capacity on the site to accommodate the density that's before you. The triggers, in my view, that would indicate overdevelopment, again, would be undersized units here, parking relief, those type of things, inadequate water or sewer capacity. They're all here to accommodate the development that's before you. So the test, again, is whether the site can accommodate the density that the applicant is seeking, and that's more relaxed than a use that's wholly prohibited in the zone.
Thank you. No further questions.
Are there questions for the planner from the board? Questions for the planner from the board? Commissioner Riviera.
Do you know the next building being built next door, the 100 units or so, are they building to the property line?
I don't know that, Commissioner. I don't have, I guess I could go back and look at those plans, and maybe before we're done, I'll have that answer for you. That might predate what's online on the city website. I did not look at that.
Any
Thank
further
you.
questions, Commissioner?
That'll be all for me.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the planner from the board? Questions from the planner from the board? If none, are there questions from members of the public for the plan? Do members of the public have questions for the plan? Council?
Chair, if you can just give me, I not have an answer for you. I just need to, I know it's 10:07 and we definitely want to finish this tonight. So just give me two, I did not get an official response. Just want to speak to Mr. Bosis on the client.
I appreciate it. Council, do you have any more witnesses after it?
I do not. That concludes
Okay.
my presentation.
Let's go. We'll go off the record, but not far.
Recording stopped.
And you know what? While we're off the record, while we're waiting for Ms. Moore to come back, why can't we continue with other business, right? Let's come back on. Let's go back on the record.
Recording in progress.
Council, do we have resolutions to memorialize?
Yes.
Let's start with the first one.
ZBA 23-62, which is 5355 Brill Street.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Comesañas. Okay. Member Jones.
You're muted, Commissioner Jones. We're 0 for 2. Next.
Member Rivero.
I'll stay quiet. No. Yes.
Member Torres.
Yes.
Member Hardesty.
No.
Member Hardesty,
Hardesty.
we're voting on the resolution. Did you intend to vote no, not to adopt the resolution?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, you intended to vote no?
No, yes to the resolution.
Okay, Commissioner Hardesty voting yes.
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Jones.
You're muted.
You're in, Commissioner Jones.
We see you, you're on, Commissioner Jones, but you're muted.
No, wait. Okay, Vice Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Council.
Next, ZBA 24-01, 609, 625 Broad Street.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty.
Yes.
Member Comesañas.
Abstain.
Member Rivero.
Yes.
Member Torres.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Member Jones.
You're muted, Member Jones.
These need to be let back in, I believe.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, yeah. Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. We have minutes.
There's two more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
ZBA 24-07, 147, 159 Halsey Street.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty.
Commissioner Hardesty?
My thing is frozen. Yes, yes, yes.
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Yes. Can I be heard? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Member Rivero.
Yes.
Member Torres. Vice Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Council.
The last is ZBA 24-12, 79 Halsey Street.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty.
Yes.
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Rivero.
Yes.
Member Torres.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Council Moore. You're muted, Council.
I'm sorry about that. I've had the opportunity to speak with my client and our team. As a condition of approval, the applicant is willing to reduce the height to 8 stories with 20 units, which would still require some relief, but believe based on the testimony that these rooms are ample, very spacious, and again, the site can accommodate the use. So we would be willing to reduce the number of units from 23 to 20.
Yeah, a little bit different. I wasn't really concerned about the height. if you thought that was a concern.
I believe Mr. Bosis may be as far as in order the configuration that we would have to lose a floor in order to meet the 20, not the architect, but I believe that was the rationale why we had to go down a floor. In order to still, again, keep the rooms spacious and not reduce the size of the rooms.
Thank you. Any questions regarding this offer of a condition of approval?
Chair, can we
Comment, Sonny.
get testimony? What's the smallest size? What's the smallest unit layout and the largest unit layout? So what's your smallest, let's say, is 1 bedrooms?
Mr. Boses, if you could bring those plans back up.
Sure.
Although I didn't hear anybody really concerned about size of the units, but
Size.
it's a good.
And I think the largest one was the owner.
3, yeah.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
the
the
others
three
was largest, but this is a 2-bedroom at 784 square feet. So this is the like typical units per floor. This is a 2-bedroom at 745 square foot, and this is a 1-bedroom at 546.
And your testimony was that they all comply with the minimum size required in our zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Komisanis, anything further?
No, just in regards to giving up the floor, the unit sizes seem to be fair, not overly generous, but certainly not small. I don't know if if that's a concern, especially in this neighborhood, which is our densest district or area. I'm just saying, for me, making a decision to be in favor or against it, I don't think would be the unit sizes having to come down the floor. I just don't think it's necessary. I think it was back for the sake of giving back.
It was that.
I'm sorry. It was really just trying to respond to Chairman Alphonse's density concern. The only way to reduce the density is to lose a floor, which has 3 units. So we were going from 23 to 20 because I can't, reconfigure. You could see that there's really no more play within the floor plan. But, I still stand by my testimony that the units are, spacious and certainly livable.
Well, thank you. So just council for the record, as a condition of approval. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Monfort.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I have a question. Concern. I think in the last 6 months, this is the second owner occupant that has given himself a penthouse level style apartment and saying that they're going to live there. But what happens when they sell?
You and I will be bidding for that apartment.
Do the next owner have to live there also, or do they rent that out at a market rate? I didn't get this in the last project we had like that, so I'm trying to understand what's going to happen if this owner, who says they're going to be an owner occupant, decides to sell and gives up his penthouse, his or her penthouse. What happens?
There's no requirement in the deed that requires this to be inhabited only by the owner, unless this board certainly hasn't required that. So they can send it out for a market. You agree with that, counsel?
That is correct.
Yeah.
However, there is affordability requirements of mixtures of units. So, but no, there's no requirement for a deed restriction on that.
Hmm.
So, Mr. Chair, I know we can't do a deed restriction. I'm just trying to get some clarity. If certain circumstances happen, I'm quite sure it'll probably come back and they'll be trying to put 2 more 3-bedrooms upstairs in the penthouse. But let's move on.
Well, hopefully Mr. Boses will panic if they ask him to do that.
I'll pass.
If there's nothing further, Vice Chair? Thank you. And Council, just to put on the record as a condition of approval, your client is agreeing to reduce the apartment count from 23 to 20. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Council.
Well, I'll be brief because I believe Mr. McDonough stated that we are seeking a density variance. And I'll use the language, creative language. Mr. Bose has indicated that, again, this building kind of embraces everything. It's in line and compatible what's in the surrounding area as far as the height and other densities that are located in this mixed-use zone. Again, so the question is, and the statutory relief and the burden that the applicant has to prove, and believe we have met, is whether the site can accommodate the use. And by demonstrating the architectural features of this, the terrace that was recommended by Mr. Hazel, including the laundry facilities, I believe this is a positive criteria, and I believe the applicant has met his burden, and I ask that the board grant the requested relief.
Thank you. We're now in discussion. May I have discussion? Commissioner Riviero.
All right. Since I am around the area, I could easily say that, well, although they showed us, that's what's going on around those blocks. They're putting high rises, mid rises. They're not asking for a height relief, so that don't really matter in regards to that. I think the owner living in the property means a lot because they take care of the property. They usually take care of the property. Doesn't mean they will, right? But they put a little more restriction on the rules of maintaining it. Saying that there's a rooftop, there's a nice building, gym at the bottom. Hopefully there's no leaks on the water vault, right? I've never heard about it, but I'm sure they understand about their product more than we could. Overall, I guess I will be in favor of this project. That'll be all from me.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Chair.
Commissioner Vice Chair Monford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've seen smaller apartments come before us in this particular area, and we really had to go into discussion about density. I appreciate the architect for actually coming before us with a larger size room where we're not sitting here doing conditions to make the room larger. I like the project. I like the design. I like the size of the room, that they're about 200 square feet larger than normal. We have to be going back and forth with some of these architects trying to really squeeze people in here. So I'll be in favor of the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Comesañas.
I think it was a creative layout, good use of space, great verbiage used when describing the project by Mr. Bauzis. That was great to hear. I do think that they had a great product coming in. I wish they would have held the line on the extra 3 units, because now it's going to be almost half the size of the building next to it, and that, I don't know, just looks weird to me. But I think it's going to be a great addition to what's already occurring in that neighborhood, and it was well thought out. So I'd be in favor of it, and applaud you on the application.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? So concerned about this because the site is far too small. It's a third of what it needs to be. The density is 200 square foot per family is required. We have only 149 here. And this is a built out site. It looks like we're putting too much on too small of a site. That being said, and I join with my fellow commissioners, although it's not a concern that we're going to deal with here, about the water vault. Commissioner Comesañas knows both of my children that have pools. Both of their pools leak. So good luck with that. I'm glad there's no apartments on that level. That being said, though, even though I fear there's too much on this site, I appreciate the willingness of the applicants to accept conditions. Unlike Commissioner Comisarios, I appreciate them reducing 3 apartments. I think that will go far in reducing the intensive use of this site. And I think what really got me, though, to move here, besides Council Moore's always excellent presentations, was Mr. Boza's different, unique design. I'm seeing, we're seeing the same design over and over. It's almost, I don't know what, it doesn't have a name yet. It used to be the Bayonne box that went every place. Now, and everyone knows what I'm talking about. And they're nice, but it's the same look. This is a different look. It's crisp. It's different. It's architecturally pleasing. I agree with Comisarios. They're not spacious apartments, but they comply with the requirements, and that's what people are building now. So because of that, I'm going to be in favor of this application. Can we have a motion, please?
Chair.
Commissioner Riviera.
Motion to approve ZBA-21-72, 58-60 Bruin Street with all the conditions.
We have a motion to approve Commissioner Riviera with conditions. We have a second.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Comisarios. Call the roll, please.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivera,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comisarios,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes. Council, wonder if you will accept conditional preliminary and conditional final site plan approval. That condition being that you will meet all conditions that you agree to on the record here tonight.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. May I have a motion for preliminary, for conditional preliminary and conditional final site plan approval?
Move it.
Second.
We have a move, Comisarios, second, Riviera. Call the roll, please.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivera,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comisarios,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes, congratulations. Your application and preliminary, conditional preliminary, and conditional final site plan approval have been granted. Thank you.
And thank you so much, everyone, for your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Thank
Great to see you all.
That was good.
Mr. Moses. We're now moving to, we're finished with resolutions, memorialization of minutes. The first minutes to be memorialized are the minutes of May 9th. Are there any proposed revisions? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comisarios,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivera,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes. The next minutes to be memorialized are the minutes of May 16th. Are there any proposed revisions? If none, call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comisarios,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivera,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes. Council, any matters for which we have to go into executive session?
No.
Ms. Mejia, could you make me a co-host, please?
I believe you are. You're a co-host, Chair.
Okay, never mind. Commissioner Monfort, I wonder if I can give you a phone call after this meeting.
Sure.
It'll be brief. Commissioner Monfort, do you have the floor?
Yes, this is going to be brief. I just want to say thank you to Madam Secretary. The minutes are pretty much up to date. People can stop beating us up, but I want to thank you and your team for really getting the minutes done and getting them voted on. For years, it's always been a backup. Then we hit COVID, and the work that you've done on the board, we really appreciate it. So, Jerry, when that final report come out, brother, we're gonna be all right.
Well said, Vice Chair. Well said. Thank you. Where are we with resolutions, Mr. Plata?
Think we may be one or two behind, but I think we're pretty much on point. But Sylvia may know better.
Sylvia, do you know better?
Yes.
Say it.
We're some from March.
March? Okay.
We're working through
March. Okay, so we're a couple of months off, but far better than we were.
Yeah.
If you remember, and I'm not going to go into this further with the full board at this time, but at our last meeting, I raised a concern. That concern has not been dealt with yet. Commissioner Monfort and I will be speaking about that and trying to move that forward, and we will have a report. Well, we will hopefully advise you of progress in that regard. Progress one way or progress another. So we have no further business. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Wait a minute, Miss Juma. Is she on? She has anything before?
I'm surprised. Oh yeah, Miss Juma is here.
She's on the
I
attendee
think
stuff.
she fell asleep.
Let's go before she wakes
Yeah,
up.
really. Are we here next week, Miss Mejia?
We are not.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Are we here next week, Miss Mejia?
No, we are not.
Okay. May I have a motion to adjourn? It's always in order.
Motion.
All in favor, say aye. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.